Chapter 541. Have you come here to make fun of me? Chapter 541. Have you come here to make fun of me? Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Fate? As soon as he heard this word, Song Shuhang felt as though he had something stuck in his throat. I'm just an innocent passerby that got attracted for no reason by the gate of your palace. What does this have to do with fate? What happened was no different than a person standing in front of their own house seeing a good-looking girl or guy passing by in the streets and ending up knocking them out with a stick and dragging them into the house. Right, then the person prepared two doors. One that led outside, and one that led to the bedroom. Afterward, if the unlucky guy or girl ended up getting into the bedroom of the person, they were suddenly fated to be together. They might as well get into some action while they were at it, right? Fate your sister. Song Shuhang didn't say any of this out loud, but that pair of male and female attendants seemed to have read his mind and realized what he was thinking at this time. Fellow Daoist, it wasn't a coincidence that you drifted until the entrance of our crystal clear water pavilion. Fellow Daoist, you were surely delivered here by someone, the male attendant said. The female attendant covered her mouth and gently smiled, saying, we just prevented you from bumping into the outer gate of the crystal clear water pavilion. There are some copper nails on the gate outside, and it would have been rather painful to bump into them. For this reason, we decided to bring you to the arched bridge. The male attendant also added, the choice you made afterward represent that there is fate between you and the crystal clear water pavilion. Can these guys read my mind? Song Shuhang kept under control his emotions and didn't indulge in flights of fancy. Moreover, if he didn't casually drift until the crystal clear water pavilion and was, on the contrary, delivered here by someone, who was this person that sent him here? Was it possible that it was Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue? Earlier, Song Shuhang was squeezed into the cannon barrel of the immortal boat and shot outside. Such being the case, did Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue deliberately fire him toward the crystal clear water pavilion? It seems that fellow Daoist is wondering who might have sent you here, the male attendant said with a smile. Song Shuhang gently smiled and didn't reply. After all, what he was hearing was the one-sided story of the other party. Since he didn't know the intentions of the other party, he couldn't blindly believe their words, but had to take everything with a grain of salt. The female attendant continued, fellow Daoist, since there is fate between us, do you want to become part of our crystal clear water pavilion, becoming one of its disciples? It has been several hundred years since our crystal clear water pavilion has accepted a disciple, the male attendant said. Become a disciple of the crystal clear water pavilion? But am I suitable? Song Shuhang took off the cumbersome spacesuit and said with a smile, I have already missed the best period to practice, and I don't have that innate true chi inside my body anymore. Moreover, my talent can be regarded as average at most when it comes to cultivation. He had reached the second stage so quickly because the seniors of the group were taking care of him. Another reason was Venerable White's incredible luck. We don't care about either of them while accepting someone as a disciple of the crystal clear water pavilion, the male attendant said while smiling. The female attendant added, talent and age don't really matter to us people of the crystal clear water pavilion. As long as you are willing to stay in the crystal clear water pavilion, we'll provide you with enough natural resources to cultivate. I have to stay in the crystal clear water pavilion. Ah, that's right. Staying in the school or sect is a basic requirement for disciples that have just joined. A disciple isn't allowed to easily leave the school unless they have reached a certain realm and can defend themselves. Of course, the disciples of the outer courtyard were an exception. After all, the disciples of the outer courtyard were only considered as preparatory disciples at most. Song Shuhang gently shook his head and said, thank you for your kind intentions, but I'll have to refuse. Whether he would join a school or stay as a loose cultivator was something he had decided soon after joining the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. For the time being, he didn't want the rules of a school or sect to restrict him. Staying as a loose cultivator was currently the best option for him. Moreover, Song Shuhang didn't really need to rely on an organization. He was a member of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. As long as he was willing to work hard enough, he could obtain rewards that weren't inferior to the ones that disciples of large sects or schools could get. Fellow Daoist, don't be so impatient to refuse our offer. How about taking a look at our crystal-clear water pavilion first, the male attendant said with a smile. Soon after, both he and the female attendant stood to the two sides of the pavilion and made a welcome gesture to Song Shuhang. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Taking one step and stepping into a dreamland, this was Song Shuhang's first impression after seeing the crystal-clear water pavilion. After stepping inside the pavilion, Song Shuhang felt as though he had stepped into a fairyland. He could hear the singing of birds and smell the fragrance of flowers. White jade had been used to pave the main road, and valuable raw materials were scattered everywhere. The water running in the rivers was also full of spiritual energy. Actually, the whole air surrounding the crystal-clear water pavilion was full of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in the area surrounding the pavilion was extremely rich. If one were to stay in the crystal-clear water pavilion and only breathe the air there, without even bothering to painstakingly train, they could obtain effects similar to practicing and meditating diligently in the outside world. That pair of attendants guided Song Shuhang and led him to the innermost tower of the crystal-clear water pavilion. That place was the dwelling of the master of the crystal-clear water pavilion, Fairy Chu. Along the way, all the disciples of the crystal-clear water pavilion, regardless of their gender, warmly greeted the attendants. The atmosphere really resembled that of a true family. There were no personal conflicts between the disciples there. Harmony and kindness reigned supreme, and the gentleness came directly from the hearts of the disciples of the crystal-clear water pavilion. This place really resembled that paradise that was often mentioned in religions. However, a strange feeling welled up in Song Shuhang's heart. He could feel that the kindness of the disciples of the crystal-clear water pavilion was genuine, but at the same time, he had the vague feeling that it was all false. It wasn't that there was something wrong with the kindness the disciples of the crystal-clear water pavilion were showing to each other. However, he still felt that there was something strange about the whole crystal-clear water pavilion. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Right in front of us is the celestial pavilion, the place where the master of the pavilion resides. The pavilion master is waiting for you in there, fellow Daoist. The pair of attendants stopped after leading Song Shuhang in the front of the high tower. At this time, Chu Chu, who was inside the space capsule, had also woken up. Song Shuhang opened the space capsule and took Li Yinju from Chu Chu's arms. Afterward, he asked, "Can I bring them together with me to meet the master of the pavilion?" "Of course. The pavilion master isn't waiting only for you, fellow Daoist. She is waiting for these two fairy maidens as well," the pair of male and female attendants said with a smile. Soon after, the male attendant opened the door of the tower. Song Shuhang held Li Yinju in his arms and entered the tower together with Chu Chu. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. After following the stairs that spiraled upward, they ultimately reached the topmost door. After pushing the door open, the trio entered a room full of mist. The room wasn't big, and the first thing that appeared before their eyes was a reclining chair made of wood. There was also a pill furnace made of metal in the middle of the room that was emitting smoke. It seemed that the smoke the pills emitted had turned into a dense mist, filling the whole room. Just as Song Shuhang and the others entered the room, the figure sitting on the reclining chair slowly stood up. It was a woman with black hair. Her hair was very long, and it was unknown how long it had been since the last time she cut it. Her hair was hanging loosely and covered the whole area surrounding the chair. The skin of the woman was very pale, to the point that it almost seemed transparent. Her eyes were half closed and half open, making her look rather sleepy. Moreover, she was emitting a dispirited aura from her whole body. But when the dispirited aura was coupled with the looks of the woman, it gave her the aura of an incredibly lazy beauty. After standing up, she carefully looked at Song Shuhang. "It's you." The woman yawned and continued, "What are you doing here? Have you come here to make fun of me?" Slow-witted Song. "Senior, do we know each other?" Song Shuhang asked. The half-closed and half-open eyes of the woman looked at Song Shuhang carefully. Afterward, she muttered, "Oh. I mistook you for someone else. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. A report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 542, The Time City. Chapter 542, The Time City. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. She mistook me for someone else? A certain slow-witted song? It's already the third time that I'm mistaken for someone else. The first time was inside Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman's treasure house. Back then, the bamboo shoot mistook me for another person and ruthlessly hit me. The second time was when I was dreaming about my own experiences on the mysterious island. At that time, I saw a small white dragon in the underground chamber tomb that Senior Lightning Pig arranged. Later, the white dragon also ruthlessly hit me after mistaking me for someone else. Now, the master of the crystal clear water pavilion also mistook me for someone else. Song Shuhang looked at the lazy, black-haired woman in front of him and asked, "Senior, who is this slow-witted Song? Is it possible that I'm the reincarnation of some ancient cultivator?" Slow-witted Song. The black-haired woman raised her head and reclined against the wooden chair, seemingly thinking about something. "He's a fellow Daoist that I knew a long time ago. The relationship between the two of us was pretty good, I would say. But so much time has passed, and I have no idea if he's still alive. It's been quite a while since the last time I've seen him. Senior, is it possible that I'm his reincarnation?" Song Shuhang asked about the matter that concerned him the most. Although he didn't have experience in this subject, he knew that cultivators could really reincarnate. As long as the cultivator wasn't killed by the heavenly tribulation and both their body and soul weren't destroyed by an enemy, there was a chance that they would reincarnate. Tilda, that should be impossible. The black-haired woman reclined against the chair even more and raised her head, looking at Song Shuhang. Afterward, she said lazily, "That slow-witted Song fellow doesn't have a next life ahead of him. If he wants to reincarnate, he can only take over the body of another person or that of a puppet. If he had taken over someone's body, Song Shuhang wouldn't be himself but the slow-witted Song that the black-haired woman mentioned. If he had taken over the body of a puppet, it was even more impossible that slow-witted Song had any relationship with Song Shuhang. But if this is the case and there isn't any relationship between me and this ancient cultivator the black-haired woman mentioned just now, why do people keep mistaking me for him? Since I'm constantly mistaken for him, is there some karma between the two of us?" Song Shuhang asked once again, "Do this person and I look alike?" When Shuhang talked about looking alike, he didn't mean just their facial features, but something more profound. In this world, there weren't two completely identical tree leaves, and the same was also true for people. While judging a person, cultivators didn't rely on their facial features alone to make the judgment. However, the bamboo shoot, the white dragon, and the lazy black-haired woman before Song Shuhang's eyes all managed to mistake him for someone else. How can I explain it? If we consider your outward appearance, the two of you are only somewhat similar. But if we consider your soul and aura, it's very easy to confuse you guys. It's indeed strange. Are you perhaps his descendant?" The lazy, black-haired woman looked upward and continued, "I remember that he once had a woman. Maybe you are his direct descendant. It's a possible explanation." "Descendant?" Song Shuhang shook his head in puzzlement. For various reasons, his family moved several times and the records about his family tree had been long lost, to the point that the oldest information available was the one about his grandfather's father. Suddenly, the black-haired woman got up from the chair. Her hair was both thick and long, draping over shoulders like a cloak and getting dragged on the ground as she moved forward. After getting up, she arrived in front of Song Shuhang and raised her head, gazing at him. As she came closer, Song Shuhang realized that the black-haired woman was actually quite short. While standing up, she reached to his chin at most. Now that I think about it, slow-witted Song left a certain thing in the crystal clear water pavilion back then, saying that he would come back one day to retrieve it. Unfortunately, I'm unable to return that thing to him now, because I've already used it. Waha! The black-haired woman laughed complacently. Song Shuhang. Then, the black-haired woman stretched out her hand and flicked it. Immediately after, Li Yinju, who was in Song Shuhang's embrace, was picked up by an invisible strength and sent to Chu Chu, who was standing at the entrance of the room. Afterward, Fairy Chu stretched out her hands again and gently caressed Song Shuhang's cheeks. Her hands were icy cold and gave off refreshing and cool feeling. Let me see. The cultivation technique you practice is the basic Buddhist fist technique, as well as the 33 Divine Beasts technique. Are you then a disciple of the 33 Divine Beasts sect? The black-haired woman asked. Only her fingers came in contact with Song Shuhang's body, and yet she could name the cultivation technique Shuhang practiced as though she was extremely familiar with the subject. Both the strength and knowledge of this senior were immeasurably deep. At the same time, Song Shuhang felt a powerful oppressive aura coming from the body of the black-haired woman. This aura reminded him of Venerable White, Venerable Spirit Butterfly, Venerable Tornado, and Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue. The black-haired woman before his eyes was undoubtedly an existence of the venerable rank. No, perhaps she was even stronger. Senior, I'm not really a disciple of the 33 Divine Beast sect. Song Shuhang shook his head and said, the 33 Divine Beast sect has already disappeared from the world. The 33 Divine Beasts technique I'm practicing is something that Senior White recovered and revised on my behalf. Afterward, I chanced upon the whale-swallowing technique by luck and finally completed the technique. The 33 Divine Beast sect has unexpectedly disappeared from the world? The black-haired woman was astonished. Back in those days, the 33 Divine Beast sect was a large and influential sect, and there were several figures of the venerable rank belonging to the sect. She didn't expect that such a sect would have been destroyed. The world is truly ever-changing. The black-haired woman said while holding Song Shuhang's face with both hands. Then, she slightly furrowed her brows, and the lazy expression on her face disappeared. Afterward, she dragged her long black hair on the floor and returned to the big reclining chair, lying on it. I'm tired, the black-haired woman said. Song Shuhang. I'm tired, and I'm sleepy as well. Therefore, I plan to sleep for a while. See you tomorrow. After saying this much, she took a quilt out of nowhere and used it to cover her body. Next, the reclining chair under her body started to transform just like a transformer's, turning into a big, comfortable bed in the blink of an eye. Good night. The black-haired woman waved at Song Shuhang and the others. Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just what was happening? In the rear, the door of the room was pushed open and the pair of male and female attendants entered the chamber. They smiled apologetically at Song Shuhang and Chu Chu and made a please, this way gesture. Sure, senior. See you tomorrow. Song Shuhang had no choice but to leave the pavilion for the time being. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. After Song Shuhang, Chu Chu, and Li Yinju were gone, Fairy Chu opened her eyes. Her eye slightly moved. Afterward, runes appeared and automatically formed several pictures in front of her. There was the picture of a blazing saber capable of burning the heavens. There was the picture of a thick, golden chain with 33 animals carved on it. There was the picture of an exquisite puppet. There were also the illusory pictures of a bamboo leaf and a white dragon. In addition, there were the pictures of a silver glove and a blood bone. Each of these objects was linked to a powerful cultivator. Even if we put that mysterious Scarlet Heaven aside for now, what are the others trying to do? Fairy Chu muttered. After a short moment, Fairy Chu pulled the quilt toward her body and comfortably stretched herself. Anyway, it doesn't have anything to do with me. I'm so tired. Right, since he seems to be related to slow-witted Song, I might as well give him a hand. The Time City is a pretty good place. I'll bring them there tomorrow to make them relax, Fairy Chu said while sleep-talking. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 543, There is an express delivery for you downstairs. Chapter 543, There is an express delivery for you downstairs. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. After leaving Fairy Chu's celestial pavilion, the pair of male and female attendants led Song Shuhang and the others to a lawn adjacent to the river. In that place, the kind-hearted disciples of the crystal clear water pavilion had already prepared a banquet to welcome Song Shuhang, Chu Chu, and Li Yinju. Song Shuhang just happened to be starving. After all, he hadn't eaten anything since yesterday when he fell unconscious up until now. During the banquet, the attendants, elders, and masters of the other branches of the pavilion asked Song Shuhang and Chu Chu about the matters that had occurred in the outside world, how society had developed, and so on. At the same time, they indirectly tried to convince Song Shuhang and Chu Chu to become their disciples. From a certain point of view, it almost seemed as though they were promoting themselves and trying to get the best disciple, even promising them all sorts of benefits. These propositions somewhat moved the nearby Chu Chu. After all, she would become a disciple of the crystal clear water pavilion as soon as she agreed, a direct line disciple at that. Later, all the cultivation techniques and natural resources of the crystal clear water pavilion would be at her disposal. Although she had already signed the contract and offered herself as a candidate for the position of Saint Cultivator of True Virtue, it had nothing to do with becoming a disciple of the crystal clear water pavilion. The two weren't mutually exclusive. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. After the banquet, the pair of male and female attendants led Song Shuhang and the others toward the palace reserved for the guests to rest. Fellow Daoist Song, fellow Daoist Chu Chu, you have now a better understanding of our crystal clear water pavilion. Have you decided whether or not you want to join the crystal clear water pavilion as disciples? The pair of male and female attendants didn't forget to ask this question along the way. Chu Chu faintly nodded, her interest had been piqued. However, she still wanted to think about it properly. Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity, "Can I ask you two a question? Why do you want us to become disciples of the crystal clear water pavilion?" After all, the crystal clear water pavilion was also a powerful sect of cultivators. Were they really in such a hurry to recruit disciples? The pair of male and female attendants looked at each and smiled, saying, "Because it has been a long, long time since a new disciple joined our pavilion." Song Shuhang faintly nodded. However, this reason wasn't enough to convince him. From the looks of it, the pair wasn't planning to tell him the real reason. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. After Song Shuhang and the others entered the palace reserved for the guests, the pair of attendants smiled and left. Song Shuhang, Chu Chu, and Li Yinju each got a room. Even after lying in bed for a long time, Song Shuhang was unable to fall asleep. After all, he had woken up on that arch bridge not too long ago. Therefore, he wasn't sleepy at this time. Moreover, he felt that there was something wrong with each and every part of the crystal clear water pavilion. Only after midnight was Song Shuhang finally able to fall asleep. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. The next day, August 1st, Thursday. Early morning, 6:30 a.m. Song Shuhang opened his eyes. Today's Dao name should be Beijing Street's traveling sabresman. Song Shuhang took out his mobile phone and looked at the date. As before, the phone had no signal. "Good morning, Beijing Street's traveling sabresman." Right at this time, a sleepy voice echoed in Song Shuhang's ears. Song Shuhang turned his head around and saw that the black-haired master of the crystal clear water pavilion was sitting not too far away from the bed. Her long black hair was spread all over the floor. It seemed as if she had been sitting there for a long time. Song Shuhang said, "Good morning, Senior Chu." Luckily, Shuhang didn't have the habit to sleep naked. "Fellow Daoist Beijing Street's traveling sabresman, wash your face and rinse your mouth. I'll bring you to a good place after you are done eating breakfast," Pavilion Master Chu said. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Morning, 7 a.m. Under Pavilion Master Chu's lead, Song Shuhang and Chu Chu headed toward the depths of the crystal clear water pavilion. At this time, Li Yinju's disease had flared up again and she entered into a hibernation-like state. It was unknown how long she would sleep this time. After walking for around 20 minutes, Pavilion Master Chu led Song Shuhang and the others and arrived in front of the walls of a city. "We have arrived. This is the Time City," Pavilion Master Chu said. The Time City was the place she had created by using the treasure slow-witted song they had left behind. As the name suggested, the treasure left behind was a valuable item related to time. Under Pavilion Master Chu's control, the treasure brought into full play its wondrous effects. The Time City was divided into two portions, the Upper City and the Lower City. In the Upper City, 1 day was equivalent to 12 days in the outside world. The flow of time was accelerated. On the other hand, it was the exact opposite inside the Lower City. 12 days in the Lower City were equivalent to 1 day in the outside world. The flow of time was greatly slowed down. But whether it was the Upper City or the Lower City, a cultivator could stay in there only for 30 days the first time they entered the place. Pavilion Master Chu was planning to bring Song Shuhang and Chu Chu to the Lower City. 12 days in there would be equivalent to 1 day in the outside world. While others practiced for 1 day, the people in the lower portion of the Time City could practice for 12 days in the same amount of time. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the Jiangnan area, inside Jiao Mumu's house. Shuhang has yet to reply. At this pace, he's going to end up all alone and stay as a virgin forever. Jiao Mumu was lying on the chair, swinging back and forth. However, that Yu Jiaojiao girl from yesterday was gorgeous. But where did she live precisely, and did she already have a boyfriend? Jiao Mumu was thinking of introducing her to Song Shuhang or Tubo if there was an opportunity. It would be a pretty good move, right? Just as he was in deep thoughts, Jiao Mumu's phone suddenly rang. It was an unknown number. Who might it be? Who is calling me so early in the morning? Is it possible that it's a scammer or one of those salesmen? Jiao Mumu straightened himself and took a sip of the tea. Jiao Mumu and Tubo loved to chatter away with scammers and salesmen. If the opposite party was a girl, their fighting capacity increased by 3 times. Thereupon, Jiao Mumu picked the phone up and said, "Hello Tilda." "Hello. May I ask if you are Mr. Jiao Mumu?" The pleasant-sounding voice of a girl was transmitted from the other end. It was a girl. Jiao Mumu replied, "Yes, it's me. Is something the matter?" "I'm from the Blue Sea Express Delivery. I request you to come downstairs to retrieve your express delivery," the girl said gently. "Is it a swindler?" Jiao Mumu had no other choice but to wear his night clothes and go downstairs. Now then, he didn't remember buying anything on the internet in the past few days. Was it possible that Yai, Song Shuhang, or another of his roommates had sent him a gift? After going downstairs, Jiao Mumu quickly found the far-off vehicle of the Blue Sea Express Delivery. It was a 7-passenger minivan. Jiao Mumu arrived next to the express delivery vehicle and knocked on the window, saying, "I'm Jiao Mumu, what about the express delivery?" In the next moment, the door of the van slid to one side, and the first thing that appeared before Jiao Mumu's eyes was a pair of white thighs. Immediately after, a monstrous claw appeared out of nowhere and caught Jiao Mumu. Ah? Jiao Mumu was dumbfounded. In the next moment, he felt an incredible strength dragging him inside the minivan. Jiao Mumu called out pitifully. "Is this an abduction? Am I really being kidnapped? What was that monstrous claw that I saw earlier? Hello, Mr. Jiao Mumu. We finally meet face to face." The gentle voice from earlier belonged to the owner of the 2 beautiful legs. Jiao Mumu looked at the girl. She was wearing a hoodie and big flu mask. "We finally meet face to face. Who are you?" "Let me introduce myself. I'm Yu Jiajiao." The girl kept smiling and said, "I'm precisely that fan of yours, Yu Jiajiao." Jiao Mumu. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 544, Crystal Clear Water Pavilion, Frozen in Time. Chapter 544, Crystal Clear Water Pavilion, Frozen in Time. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Jiao Mumu was currently dumbstruck. Yu Jiajiu? How the hell did she find where I live? Moreover, why did she use the pretext of the express delivery to get me downstairs and ultimately drag me inside the minivan? What she did isn't any different than kidnapping. Jiao Mumu was somewhat scared at this time. Therefore, he tried to probe the situation. Jiao, why did you come all the way here to my house? Do you want my signature or something? Yu Jiao shook her head and said, to tell you the truth, I thought of looking for you quite some time ago, but I managed to get an opportunity only today. Now then, Holy Paladin, we need to talk about your release speed. I feel that it was a little too slow recently. The speed of my releases was too slow? What's happening? Did a fan visit me to urge me to write faster? Jiao Mumu wanted to cry but had no tears. Readers like these were truly scary. No, wait a moment. The speed of my releases was pretty good recently. Even if he was stranded on that island of natives in the East China Sea for some time, the releases of his web novel didn't stop since he had prepared a stockpile beforehand. Moreover, as soon as he returned home, he prepared even more chapters. At this time, he had already prepared all the chapters that had to be released by the end of the month. I think it would be pretty hard to find another kind-hearted author such as myself in the entire circle of web novel authors, wouldn't it? Jiao Mumu felt that he was a true saint compared to those authors that updated once every day, once every 3 or 4 days, or once every month. Yu Jiao seemed to have realized what Jiao Mumu was thinking after seeing the expression on his face. You usually release 5,000 or 6,000 characters every day, but that's simply too little. Exclamation point. Jiao Mumu. Releasing 5,000 or 6,000 characters every day is too little now. How much do I need to write to be qualified? If you don't write from 10,000 to 20,000 characters every day, how do you think to survive in this super competitive field? Yu Jiao's voice was out of control. Could Jiao Mumu really consider himself a web novel author if he wasn't even writing 10,000 to 20,000 characters every day? Just as she was speaking, the door of the minivan was locked, and the vehicle slowly started moving forward. Wait a moment. Yu Jiao, where are we going? Jiao Mumu called out. At the same time, he grabbed the door of the van and thought of getting down. But right at this time, the man in a formal suit standing next to Yu Jiao stretched his hands out and tightly hugged Jiao Mumu, not allowing him to move in the slightest. Don't worry, Holy Paladin. We don't want to hurt you, Yu Jiao said with a smile. We'll bring you to a good place where you can write chapters in peace. Jiao Mumu. She wants to bring me to a good place so that I can write chapters in peace. Visiting the home of an author and telling him to write faster is already quite scary, but directly grabbing him and forcing him to write, this is what criminals would do. That's a crime, guys. There is another thing I need to tell you, Holy Paladin. Before I came here, I talked to your parents and reached an agreement with them. They also approve of my actions, Yu Jiao said with a smile. It was unknown what kind of method or excuse she had used to convince Jiao Mumu's parents. Jiao Mumu turned his head around and saw through the window of the minivan his mother standing on the balcony, happily waving her hand at him. How is this possible? What kind of method did Yu Jiao use that even my mother is so relieved while seeing her son getting carried away? Then, Yu Jiao said, therefore, obediently follow me and prepare to write lots of chapters, all right? Aha. No. I refuse. I have some matters to attend to in the next days. Right, Yu Jiao. I still have many chapters in my stockpile. I can give all of them to you. Jiao Mumu called out. He had to go on a date with Yuri in the next days. The two of them were getting ready to go on a trip again. The duo was planning to enjoy their vacation without any third wheel bothering them. What would happen to the date with Yuri if he was kidnapped and forced to write chapters? It was regrettable that Jiao Mumu's refusal was of no use. In the end, he was still carried away by Yu Jiao. To make him write an interesting plot for Song Shuhang and Venerable White's movie, Yu Jiajiao had already prepared an adorable, small black room with a supercomputer inside. The goal was to make him write from 10,000 to 20,000 characters every day. She wouldn't give him any meals if he didn't write. Moreover, the earlier he could finish writing the agreed number of characters, the earlier he could take a break. But if he couldn't finish them in time, he would have to stay up all night to finish them. Yu Jiajiao had already prepared several things for Jiao Mumu's usage, such as spirit green tea, eye-opening pills, energizing medicinal liquid, and so on. The average man could also take medicinal pills and drink medicinal liquid. With all these gadgets, she was sure that Jiao Holy Paladin Mumu could stay full of energy 24h a day and write without breaks. Let alone writing 20,000 characters every day. With such wonderful conditions, it wasn't impossible to reach the dreamlike goal of 30,000 or 40,000 characters every day. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the meantime, in the crystal clear water pavilion. In the end, the black-haired woman brought Song Shuhang and Chu Chu to the lower portion of the Time City. It was an underground world made of several passages. This is the lower cities of the Time City. The flow of time in this place is different from the outside world. 12 days here are equivalent to only 1 day in the outside world. Incredible, isn't it? The black-haired woman said lazily. It was obviously something worth showing off, but her tone while introducing the Time City was still dispirited. Is this the good place that Pavilion Master Chu mentioned back then? Song Shuhang asked. Yes, this place is very good for practicing. Other than having a flow of time that is different from the outside world, it's the place with the highest concentration of spiritual qi in the entire crystal clear water pavilion. One can obtain twice the results with half the effort while practicing here. It's a very good place if one wants to close up for a short amount of time. Pavilion Master Chu rubbed her eyes and continued, if your luck is good, you might learn a little bit about the principles of time. You guys should practice here in the Time City for today. By today I mean the today in the outside world. Therefore, it's 12 days in the Glower City. After the time is up, I'll return here to bring you back. After saying this much, Pavilion Master Chu waved her hand at Song Shuhang and Chu Chu, leaving just like that. Song Shuhang and Chu Chu were still standing in place, staring blankly. After entering the strange crystal clear water pavilion, they met the strange Pavilion Master Chu and were brought to the strange Time City. Something like that Time Cities would be surely a forbidden area in other sects. But Pavilion Master Chu brought two strangers like them here and wasn't worried in the least. Was it because there was fate between them? Song Shuhang was completely unable to understand Pavilion Master Chu's train of thought. But with things the way they are, we might as well make the best use of our time. This place is indeed really good for practicing. Therefore, we better practice here for a while since we have the opportunity, Song Shuhang said with a sigh. Chu Chu nodded. A training place like the Time City was everything she could wish for. For her, getting into the Time City could be regarded as a fortuitous encounter itself. It was like a meat pie falling from the sky, there was no reason to refuse it. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. After leaving the Time City, Pavilion Master Chu sleepwalked until reaching the city walls of the Time City. Then, she suddenly stopped and stood in place without moving in the slightest. It seemed she had fallen asleep. It was an innate skill that could allow her to sleep everywhere and at any time. It wasn't something one could learn in a mere 1 or 2 days. Around an hour later, Pavilion Master Chu suddenly woke up and stretched herself while yawning. Next, she rubbed her eyes with a confused expression on her face. Eh? What I'm doing next to the Time City? Pavilion Master Chu blurted out. Afterward, a pensive expression replaced the confused one. From what she remembered, she had slept for a long, long time. Then, while she was in a half-awake and half-asleep state, she vaguely remembered that some of her acquaintances had come over to see her. Afterward, well, there was no afterward. She was too lazy and sleepy to think about what happened later. She didn't remember what she had done or what she had discussed with her acquaintances. It was the same as someone soundly sleeping receiving a sudden call. The person would pick up the phone and talk to the person on the other end in a daze. But upon waking up, they would find it very hard to remember what they had talked about. In other words, Pavilion Master Chu's memories about meeting Song Shuhang and making him enter the Time City were extremely vague. She had forgotten about Song Shuhang and Chu existences even though she met them only 1 hour ago. There were quite a few problems with Pavilion Master Chu's current state. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Ah. Whatever. If I can't remember it, I won't force myself. After all, those matters don't have any relation with me if I don't remember anything about them, Pavilion Master Chu muttered to herself. In the next moment, she spread her divine sense out and covered the whole crystal clear water pavilion. The disciples of the crystal clear water pavilion were diligently practicing as before. Each of them was filled with infinite energy and quickly progressing. The elders and attendants were either practicing, discussing profound principles, playing chess, or happily chatting with each other. Inside one of the rooms of the palace reserved for the guests, the pair of male and female attendants was changing the quilt of an adorable little girl with white hair that was sleeping over to her place. There is a guest in the crystal clear water pavilion? It seems she came here with one of my acquaintances, but where has that acquaintance of mine gone? Ah, I can't remember Tilda anyway, it doesn't matter. Since it's one of my acquaintances, there won't be any problems. Even today, the crystal clear water pavilion is as peaceful as always. Pavilion Master Chu happily smiled. Afterward, she dragged her long hair along and quickly left the Time City, returning to her celestial pavilion. This time, I feel really, really tired. Therefore, I want to sleep for a little longer. Pavilion Master Chu muttered as she returned to her bed and found a good place to curl up into. Very soon, she fell asleep and sunk into the world of dreams. This time, it was different from the past several days. Because this time, she had thoroughly fallen asleep. In the same instant Pavilion Master Chu fell asleep, the whole crystal clear water pavilion outside stopped in its tracks. It almost felt as if time itself had stopped. That pair of male and female attendants that was changing Li Yinju's quilt was frozen in the same position as before, with none of them moving in the slightest. The ordinary disciples of the crystal clear water pavilion that were practicing outside were also frozen in time, keeping the postures they had before Fairy Chu went to sleep. Even the attendants, vice palace masters, and elders were frozen in their original positions. Some of them were drinking tea while others were playing chess, discussing profound principles, or chatting. Not only the cultivators of the crystal clear water pavilion, but even the running water of rivers and fountains, the birds in the sky, and the animals and insects on the ground had stopped in their tracks. The whole crystal clear water pavilion was frozen in time. The only person unaffected was Li Yinju, who was soundly sleeping on the sickbed after her disease had flared up. Li Yinju was breathing steadily, but the cold air inside her body changed into a white mist whenever she breathed out through her mouth or nose. Without even noticing it, the whole room had been filled with cold air. Li Yinju's eyelashes slightly trembled. It was unknown whether she was going to wake up or if she would be sealed by the ice once more. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. In the lower portion of the Time City, Song Shuhang and Chu passed through a very long passage and finally entered a wide hall. Except for the portrait of an ancestor of the crystal clear water pavilion, there wasn't any other object in the hall. The amount of spiritual qi in the wide hall was 3 times higher than in the world on the other side of the passage. Thereupon, Song Shuhang and Chu started practicing in the lower city. The two of them immediately displayed their respective techniques. What Chu practiced was the mysterious sword technique of the Chu family. It was a cultivation technique that could allow one to directly reach the 5th stage realm. After that, she also practiced a set of basic saber techniques. She had obtained this set of basic saber techniques from Miss 6th Cultivator of True Virtue after she signed the contract to become the 8th Cultivator of True Virtue candidate. After inheriting the name of 8th Cultivator of True Virtue, one would also inherit the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber. Since she would perhaps inherit the Phoenix Saber, Chu needed to learn saber techniques as well. On the other hand, Song Shuhang was mainly practicing the immovable body of the Buddha and the steel hands technique he had obtained from Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue. His objective was to increase the strength of his constitution as much as possible. If one used numbers to describe the situation, the strength of Song Shuhang's current constitution was around 245 points. In other words, it wasn't much inferior to Chu Chu's, who was a cultivator of the second stage 4th Dantian realm. Song Shuhang's aim was to quickly strengthen his constitution until it reached 250 points. With that, he could finally try to break through to the 3rd Dantian, the Dragon Claw Dantian, without worries. After opening the Dragon Claw Dantian, Song Shuhang could finally try to eat raw spirit beast crystals and practice the 33 divine beasts technique again. Song Shuhang's immovable body of the Buddha had already reached the master level. Therefore, he could practice this supplementary body tempering technique without moving in the slightest. In comparison, the steel hands technique was more difficult to practice. Song Shuhang had been practicing this technique for blacksmiths for the past few days. Whenever Song Shuhang operated the steel hands technique with all his might, only the fingertips of his 10 fingers would be coated with a metallic color. Let alone taking head-on magical treasures of the second stage rank with his bare hands and obtaining a superhuman strength, the current level of his steel hands technique wasn't even enough to take head-on a normal pointed weapon. This situation really makes me miss a certain senior. Song Shuhang sighed. The nearby Chu Chu, who had just finished practicing her sword technique, asked, "Are you talking about Venerable White?" Chu Chu really envied the fact that Song Shuhang had a senior of the Venerable rank by his side to direct his training every day. "It's not Venerable White. It's another cool senior with a very powerful CPU," Song Shuhang said with a smile. Although Venerable White was also an excellent teacher and could explain magical techniques and martial skills using simple words and methods, the person Song Shuhang missed the most was Senior Young Master Phoenix Slayer. What was the best way to properly grasp cultivation techniques? Training hard? No, it was to look for Young Master Phoenix Slayer. One only needed to borrow his CPU for a while and increase the level of their skills. After the grinding process was complete and one had returned to their body, they needed to use the skill a few times to familiarize oneself with it and reach the master, if not above, level. Although I'm not sure what fellow Dao's Shuhang is talking about, that senior must be pretty good, Chu Chu said. He's indeed excellent. Song Shuhang gave the thumbs up and said, "Right, Miss Chu Chu. I saw that you were practicing basic saber techniques earlier. Do you need any help?" Song Shuhang's comprehension of basic saber technique was very good. Back then, he was almost tortured to death by that young man wearing green clothes in Venerable White's illusory reality, ending up learning the foundations of saber techniques. Afterward, when he borrowed young Master Phoenix Slayer's CPU to practice the inverted scale saber technique, his comprehension of basic saber techniques increased even further and reached a very high level. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 545, Did Pavilion Master Chu Forget About Us? Chapter 545, Did Pavilion Master Chu Forget About Us? Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. Of course, Chu Chu wouldn't refuse the help of a cultivator that had reached the master level in the field of saber techniques. Although he had cheated to increase his skills, Song Shuhang's comprehension of saber techniques had indeed reached the master level. Thereupon, Song Shuhang began to teach Chu Chu about the foundations of saber techniques. The methods he used were the same as that young man wearing green clothes he met in Venerable White's illusory reality, simple and crude. At first, he explained to Chu Chu how to use all sorts of saber techniques. Then, he picked up his treasured saber Broken Tyrant and decided to let Chu Chu experience the charm of saber technique with her body. The only problem was that Chu Chu didn't have a saber with her at this time. Therefore, she had no choice but to use her sword to execute saber techniques, increasing the difficulty of the training. However, Chu Chu's comprehension abilities were very strong, and she could easily learn after following the examples. This was what it meant to have true talent. Miss Chu Chu wasn't just limited to swords or sabers. The first day in the lower city passed with Song Shuhang and Chu Chu practicing. In the evening, the two of them separately sat in meditation. The duo had enough fasting pills and didn't need to worry about food. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. During the second day in the lower city, Song Shuhang and Chu Chu tried to leave the wide hall by traveling through the passageways of the lower city. After traveling for half an hour, they arrived in a new, wide hall. In the wide hall, there were more than 30 huge copper tubs with black crystals below in there. The copper tubs were something that cultivators could use to take medicinal baths. In the nearby area were also placed several weapons such as sabers, spears, staffs, and so on. It was the same as timely getting what one needed because everything the two of them required had suddenly come their way. Song Shuhang just lacked a tub to take the medicinal bath, while Miss Chu Chu lacked a saber for her training. Thereupon, Song Shuhang decided to happily take a bath. The black crystals below the copper tubs were something akin to firewood. A small spark was enough to ignite them. After correctly allocating the raw materials and throwing them into the copper tub, Song Shuhang filled the tub with water. Afterward, he comfortably sighed while bathing inside the medicinal liquid. Unfortunately, the effects of the medicinal bath weren't as awesome as the one Song Shuhang experienced in Miss Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue's golden coffin. While he was taking the medicinal bath inside the golden coffin, the strength of his constitution was increasing by 0.1 points every 3 minutes. But now, it was increasing by 0.1 points every 10 minutes. After 2 hours, the strength of his constitution had increased by only 1.2 points. Well, still better than nothing, right? Moreover, he could bathe in the medicinal liquid 2 times in a day for a total increase of constitution by 2.4 points. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the meantime, Miss Chu Chu casually picked up a saber and started to practice saber techniques. After she was done practicing saber techniques, she chose a copper tub far away from Song Shuhang's and arranged a curtain before filling it with water. When she entered the medicinal tub, she lowered her head and looked at her chest. After she was almost hugged to death the last time, she was lucky to get help from that skilled doctor friend of Song Shuhang. Thanks to him, her wounds had already recovered. However, her chest had yet to recover its original shape. She didn't even know if it would ever return to how it was before. But even if it could recover its previous shape, would it be still as bouncy and elastic as it once was? After all, breasts were like a second face for girls. She couldn't neglect this aspect. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. During the third day in the lower city. Upon waking up, Miss Chu Chu sat cross-legged and started her practice. Then, she started breaking through a small realm. After seeing that Chu Chu had started breaking through, Song Shuhang moved closer and acted as her protector. The job of a protector wasn't only to stop the outside world from influencing the person that was breaking through, but also to give them a hand if something unexpected happened during the breaking through process, such as feeding them a medicinal pill to increase their true qi when needed and prevent them from succumbing to their inner demon. 2 hours later. Chu Chu opened her eyes. She had successfully managed to open her 5th Dantian, the Dragon Palm Dantian. At this time, an almost complete true dragon had condensed behind her back, only the neck and head were missing. Chu Chu spat out a mouthful of bad air. This time, it took her less time to advance in realm than the past. She felt that the entire process had been very natural and smooth. After all, she had been almost killed not too long ago. The benefits she had obtained from that experience between life and death were enormous. Besides, she followed Song Shuhang to space a few days ago and was suppressed by the Mount Tai seal. Afterward, she practiced inside Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's underground room with increased gravity, obtained a reward inside the grave of Venerable 6th Cultivator of True Virtue, and also managed to practice inside the Time City. In the past, she experienced only one fortuitous encounter within several years. But now, fortuitous encounters had come her way like a flowing river, and she was basically experiencing a new fortuitous encounter every day. Therefore, it wasn't unexpected that her strength increased so quickly. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. After Chu Chu managed to break through, Song Shuhang started his own practice. When he operated the steel hands technique at this time, both palms of his hands were covered by a metallic color, just as though he was wearing a pair of iron gloves. Practicing the steel hands technique could also increase the strength of Song Shuhang's constitution. Today, he had already successfully increased the strength of his constitution until reaching 250 points. Therefore, he could already try to break through to the third Dantian, the Dragon Claw Dantian. But Song Shuhang wasn't in a hurry and didn't plan to break through today. He was planning to use today's day to nourish and warm up the true qi inside his Dantian as well as adjust his mental energy to reach an optimal condition. "I'll try to break through tomorrow," Song Shuhang said softly. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. During the fourth day in the lower city, Song Shuhang adjusted his state and was now in optimal condition. Afterward, he asked Chu Chu to tell him about her own experience while she broke through the Dragon Claw Dantian. The last time, he almost failed to break through to the Dragon Tail Dantian due to being inexperienced. Luckily, there was a good-hearted anonymous senior that helped him while he was breaking through and guided him step by step during the whole process. Speaking of which, who was that kind senior that helped him the last time? Apparently it wasn't one of the seniors of the 9 Provinces #1 group that helped him back then. After Chu Chu told him about her own experience, Song Shuhang started to break through to the Dragon Claw Dantian. At the same time, Chu Chu sat next to him and acted as a protector. The Dragon Claw Dantian also didn't stop at only one layer. One had to break through the several checkpoints in order to complete the breakthrough process. Anyway, it didn't take Song Shuhang much effort to break through to this small realm. At this time, he had a huge quantity of true qi inside his body. He, who was at the second stage second Dantian realm, had a quantity of true qi that wasn't inferior to that of a cultivator of the second stage fourth Dantian realm. The checkpoints of the Dragon Claw Dantian were like mud walls and were destroyed layer after layer under the strength of Song Shuhang's raging true qi. Around half an hour later, Song Shuhang had successfully broken through the Dragon Claw Dantian and entered the nourishing stage that came after the opening of the Dantian. In the rear, for some unknown reason, Chu Chu felt a little bit depressed. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Time flew by. Very soon, the 12 days they had to stay in the lower city had come to an end. During these 12 days, Song Shuhang had already used all the raw materials he bought from Miss Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue back then. At this time, even his realm after breaking through to the third Dantian, the Dragon Claw Dantian, had thoroughly consolidated. Now that he had an additional Dantian to bear the pressure of his true qi, Song Shuhang didn't have to worry about suddenly exploding. Technically speaking, Song Shuhang could already start eating spirit beast crystals again. However, he decided to wait a bit and strengthen his constitution some more so as to avoid ending up in a state where his body could explode once more. At the same time, he had practiced the steel hands technique until making it reach the beginner level. With that, the strength of Song Shuhang's constitution increased again, reaching 265 points. If he could increase the strength of his constitution a bit more, he would end up having a constitution of the third stage rank while being in the second stage realm, a case similar to that of Dharma King creations. After a cultivator reached the third stage Battle King realm, their true qi would liquefy. Moreover, its quality was much superior when compared to the true qi of a cultivator of the second stage realm. In addition, cultivators of the third stage had another special characteristic. They could burn the liquid true qi inside their bodies and bring forth the body of the Battle King, obtaining a large increase in fighting power within a short period of time. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. The 12 days are almost over. Chu Chu held a sword in her left hand and a saber in the right one. She was truly a talented cultivator. She had completely mastered the foundations of saber techniques within these 12 days. In the future, she would perhaps become an outstanding cultivator specialized both in the way of the sword and the saber. Chu Chu was somewhat unwilling to leave this place. While training in the lower portion of the Time City, the practicing speed was from 5 to 6 times faster than the outside world. In there, she was obtaining the same effects she would if she was continually taking valuable medicinal pills to aid her training. Therefore, she was a bit unwilling to leave this wondrous place. Not too far away from her, Song Shuhang was grasping with both hands a large sword. In the next moment, he jumped up and a blinding light was emitted from the strange sword. At the same time, Song Shuhang recited a strange incantation. Holy light, that wicked one seems worth fighting. Evil slashing holy light sword. It was that technique that had been adapted from a Western-style sword technique. Although its raw power wasn't bad, the chant of the technique was just too embarrassing. However, Song Shuhang was still very happy. After all, it was a sword technique. A real sword technique. Although the sword was somewhat big and could be wielded only with 2 hands, it was still a sword, right? At last, he, too, could practice a sword technique. Beyond that evil slashing holy light sword seemed to have a pretty good raw power. Earlier, Chu Chu tried to cross swords with him. When she faced head-on that evil slashing holy light sword, Chu Chu had to burst forth with 21 ordinary swords attacks in one go to ward off the attack of Song Shuhang's sword. Moreover, when Song Shuhang used the sword technique, the sword light released holy flames too. The holy flames were rather interesting. Although they didn't cause much damage, they would stick to the enemy. In addition, if one was hungry, they could use them to cook as well. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Since their days in the lower cities of the Time City were almost over, Song Shuhang and Chu Chu didn't waste their time and practiced until the early hours of the morning. Now, we only need to wait for Pavilion Master Chu to bring us out, Song Shuhang said while holding the large sword with both hands. He looked incredibly tired at this time. Chu Chu was sitting cross-legged next to him while wearing women's clothing made from a curtain stitched together. She looked at the Time City behind them, somewhat unwilling to part with it. It was such a good place. How wonderful would it be if she could stay here for a few more days? Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. However, the two of them waited for a long time. They waited for more than half a day, but Pavilion Master Chu, who should have come to pick them up, never came. Chu Chu furrowed her brows and said, "What happened? It should be already time for us to leave the Time City." Song Shuhang pondered for a moment and said, "Perhaps Pavilion Master Chu is still sleeping?" She was in a strange state the last time and seemed very tired. Perhaps she just overslept? After all, the flow of time in this place is different than the outside world. One day in the outside world is equivalent to 12 days in the lower city. If she oversleeps for just a few hours in the outside world, several days will pass in this place. A happy expression flashed through Chu Chu's eyes as she said, "In that case, shouldn't we keep practicing for a few more days?" Song Shuhang was somewhat worried about Li Yinzhu. However, they couldn't get out of the Time City without Pavilion Master Chu's help. Since they couldn't do anything about the matter, the best course of action was to follow Chu Chu's advice and keep practicing. After all, practicing in the lower portion of the Time City was very effective. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Therefore, the duo returned to the Time City and kept practicing. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Very soon, another 12 days passed. However, Pavilion Master Chu didn't come to find them. Song Shuhang had started to wonder whether Fairy Chu had actually forgotten about them. Chu Chu was very happy to be able to practice in the Time City every day. She felt that she was getting stronger and stronger with each day of practice, and was extremely pleased about it. Chu Chu was a simple girl, and it was rather easy to satisfy her. Song Shuhang had practiced the steel hands technique until reaching the intermediate level, and even the whole set of the Holy Light Sword technique had reached the beginner level. Although he had already finished the raw materials necessary for the medicinal bath, Song Shuhang had managed to increase the strength of his constitution until reaching 275 points by relying on the continuous use of the steel hands technique within these 12 days. In addition, he finally found the time to research a certain thing within these days, the human puppet inside his size-reducing purse. Then he discovered that the damnable thing could eat spirit stones. the previous time when he bought the medicinal materials from Miss Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue and received those 3 spirit stones of the 3rd stage back, he put them in the size-reducing purse, but now, those spirit stones had disappeared without traces. Song Shuhang felt his heart twitching in pain. After all, those were 3 spirit stones of the 3rd stage. It was something he would obtain after working for more than half a day in the mines. Why did those spirit stones he put in the size-reducing purse suddenly disappear? Song Shuhang got curious and picked the last 2 spirit stones of the 4th stage he had left. Then, he threw that half-used spirit stone into the size-reducing purse. Next, he shook the purse a bit and finally discovered the culprit. It was that human puppet. That thing could eat spirit stones. My heart is truly in pain at this time. During the experiment, Song Shuhang even lost that half-used spirit stone of the 4th stage. With how things were, Song Shuhang didn't dare to place any other spirit stone in the size-reducing purse. In addition, he studied the small human puppet every day after practice. Unfortunately, without enough energy to power it up, the human puppet wasn't any different from an ordinary little toy. Besides, Song Shuhang wasn't an expert when it came to puppets. Therefore, he didn't obtain any useful information after studying the puppet. Maybe I should wait until I return to Venerable White's side and give him the puppet so that he can study it. Song Shuhang muttered to himself. After all, Senior White was extremely adept at disassembling things. It was regrettable that he wasn't as much adept at assembling them back, and even if he could assemble them back, those things could explode at any time. Whatever, it's not like this thing belongs to me. I don't really care even if Senior White ruins it. It's settled then. I'll give it to Senior White the next time I see him so that he can disassemble it. Song Shuhang had made up his mind. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Even today, Pavilion Master Chu didn't come to pick us up, Chu Chu said. She and Song Shuhang had stayed in the lower cities of the Time City of 24 days already. But Fairy Chu still hadn't come to look for them. Yeah, and it has already been 2 days in the outside world, Song Shuhang replied. It would be wonderful if the phone had a signal at this time. In that case, they could simply call Fairy Chu and tell her to come to the Time City to pick them up. Chu Chu pondered for a moment and said, Fellow Daoist Shuhang, should we return to the lower cities of the Time City and explore its depths? Perhaps we will find a way out. Even if she wanted to stay in this place and keep practicing, looking for an exit wasn't a bad idea. With that, they would have a way out in case there was an emergency. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 546, A Miss Chu Chu's Unbelievable Expression. Chapter 546, A Miss Chu Chu's Unbelievable Expression. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. Even after all the delay, Pavilion Master Chu didn't come over to the Time City to pick Song Shuhang and Chu Chu up. Thereupon, Song Shuhang and Chu Chu explored the various passageways in the Time City, as well as the rooms, caves, and halls inside, after their daily training. They wanted to see if they could find a way to leave the Time City. When Song Shuhang and Chu Chu entered the Time City, it was Pavilion Master Chu that brought them there. At that time, the restrictions and the maze of passages surrounding the Time City were in an inactive state. As such, it was going to be quite difficult if they wanted to get out of the lower city of the Time City without Pavilion Master Chu's help. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. Within these 2 days, Song Shuhang and Chu Chu explored nearly 70 rooms, halls, and caves, but they were still unable to find a way out of the Time City. At this time, the duo was in a predicament because not all the halls of the Time City could be regarded as safe. Song Shuhang and Chu Chu had entered an underground arena with a lot of bronze statues inside a few minutes ago. There were 108 bronze statues in the underground arena, and all of them had the strength of the 2nd stage rank. Had it been a 1 versus 1 match, Song Shuhang and Chu Chu wouldn't have been scared of the statues. But as soon as they entered the underground arena, the 108 bronze statues were activated all together and arranged themselves according to a special formation, completely surrounding Song Shuhang and Chu Chu. Even by joining their forces, Song Shuhang and Chu Chu were able to barely resist against the attacks of the 108 bronze statues. Chu Chu's sword light flashed through the air and got rid of the 3 bronze statues before her eyes. "Fellow Daoist Shuhang, let's quickly get out of this place. These bronze statues don't seem to suffer from fatigue. We won't have any strength left if we keep fighting them." Song Shuhang used his fist of steel and sent flying the bronze statue in front of him, saying, "Miss Chu Chu, try to get me some time, 2 breaths are enough. I'll operate the inverted scale saber technique, dragon dance style at full strength and hold the bronze statues back. We can use the opportunity to get away from here." The inverted scale saber technique didn't have any attack power, but its defensive abilities were very good. "Sure, no problem," Chu Chu replied. At the same time, she reduced the range of her sword qi and formed a circle, encompassing Song Shuhang and protecting him. Song Shuhang took a deep breath and operated the true qi inside his body. Afterward, he used the 33 Divine Beasts technique in conjunction with the inverted scale saber technique, bringing his power into full play. Immediately after, he shouted, "Dragon dance style!" In the next moment, the true qi turned into a lifelike dragon made of saber light that wrapped Song Shuhang's body, forming a tight defense around him that repelled the bronze statues trying to come over. Even Chu Chu was forced to take 2 steps backward due to the saber light of the dragon dance style. Song Shuhang immediately controlled the defensive ring of the dragon dance style and temporarily opened a gap in the place Chu Chu was standing. The dragon-shaped true qi continuously danced in the air as the range of its defense expanded, heading toward the exit. "Now is the chance. Miss Chu Chu, quickly enter the range of the defense of my dragon dance style and let's get out of here together," Song Shuhang called out. Chu Chu immediately took back her ring of sword qi and jumped toward the gap Song Shuhang had opened inside the dragon dance style, getting inside the defensive barrier. "Success! Let's get going." "Ah ha ha!" Song Shuhang laughed out loud. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. But right at this time, a wooden box automatically drilled out of Song Shuhang's size-reducing purse, starting to float next to him. In the next moment, the wooden box opened on its own and revealed a magical rune inside. It was precisely Venerable White's 10,000-mile flying escape technique. Song Shuhang had already stayed inside the lower portion of the Time City for 26 days. In addition, he had already spent another 4 days visiting Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's Immortal Cave, exploring the grave of Venerable 6th Cultivator of True Virtue and visiting the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion. Therefore, it had been 30 days in total since he had come to space. Venerable White's 10,000-mile flying escape technique was supposed to automatically activate after 30 days. The countdown started as soon as Song Shuhang was launched into space. Now that the time was over, the 10,000-mile flying escape technique that Venerable White had prepared finally activated. The runes turned into a ring of light particles that surrounded Song Shuhang. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Not even 0.01 seconds passed since the time the wooden box came out of the size-reducing purse to when the 10,000-mile flying escape technique was activated. Neither Song Shuhang nor Chu Chu had the time to react. The light of the 10,000-mile flying escape technique shrouded Song Shuhang and made him fly upward. "No! This is too sudden," Song Shuhang called out. It wasn't only him, even the saber qi of the dragon dance style was picked up and brought upward. Afterward, Song Shuhang whizzed out of the underground arena with the 108 bronze statues inside. Song Shuhang suddenly left, just like that. Everything had been so sudden that Miss Chu Chu was still standing in her original position with a dumbfounded look on her face. She was looking at Shuhang and Puing away with an unbelievable expression on her face. Chu Chu had just taken back her ring of sword qi and was preparing to rely on the defense provided by Song Shuhang's dragon dance style to run away from the encirclement of those 108 bronze statues. But now, Song Shuhang had suddenly flown away together with the saber qi of the dragon dance style, leaving Chu Chu without defenses and completely exposed to the attacks of the bronze statues. Isn't that the same as backstabbing your teammate? Choo Choo wanted to cry but had no tears. At this time, tens of bronze statues had formed a circle around her, attacking her simultaneously. In the meantime, the remaining 90 or so statues formed a big battle formation and surrounded Choo Choo to stop her from escaping. The 108 bronze statues versus Choo Choo, second round, start. Even with Song Shuhang's help, Choo Choo could barely hold on against the formation of the 108 bronze statues. Now that she was alone, she really had no hope of resisting them. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Song Shuhang could only helplessly wave at the distant Choo Choo. As soon as the 10,000-mile flying escape technique activated, he entered the spectator mode and was unable to control the flying technique. He had no alternative but to send a message to Choo Choo via secret sound transmission. Choo Choo, try to follow behind me once you manage to break through the formation of the bronze statues. There was the possibility that the 10,000-mile flying escape technique could allow him to leave the lower portion of the Time City. Then, just in this fashion, Song Shuhang was shrouded in a layer of light and forced to shuttle back and forth at high speed within the passageways of the lower city. Nevertheless, the current version of the 10,000-mile flying escape technique seemed to have been improved. Song Shuhang remembered that he bumped into all kinds of obstacles back when Venerable White gave him that tattoo of the Calabash Brothers with the 10,000-mile flying escape technique engraved on it. Back then, he bumped into the back of Cold Flame Sword, a member of the Penniless Thief sect, and was forced to travel alongside him for a long time. But now, it felt as though the 10,000-mile flying escape technique had a certain intelligence. Whenever something appeared in front of it, it would quickly dodge it. As long as nothing unexpected happened, he should be able to leave the Time City. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. The layer of light was like an experienced driver and would timely turn left and right whenever there was a need to. In the end, it thrust into a jet-black passageway. All the passageways in the lower portion of the Time City were brightly illuminated, but this jet-black tunnel seemed different from the others. Was it possible that it was the exit? Song Shuhang's mood got much better. The jet-black passageway was very long, and even after flying inside for more than 10 minutes with the incredibly high speed of the layer of light, he was still unable to see the end. Afterward, as the layer of light traveled for around half an hour, a bright light suddenly appeared before Shuhang's eyes. He was about to get out. Since the end coordinates of 10,000-mile flying escape technique were set on Venerable White's body, it was very likely that Song Shuhang would directly leave the crystal-clear water pavilion and return to Earth. Such being the case, he wouldn't have the opportunity to say goodbye to Pavilion Master Chu. Actually, it was pretty embarrassing for a guest to sneakily leave without even saying goodbye. There was also Li Yinju. Song Shuhang was likewise unable to pick her up. Therefore, he could only hope that Choo Choo would take care of her after she managed to get out of the Time City. Although Li Yinju wasn't his daughter, Song Shuhang had been deeply influenced by the memories of the loose cultivator Li Tiansu he'd experienced back then. For this reason, he felt very close to Li Yinju and really cared about her. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Just as he was in deep thoughts, the layer of light had already barged into that light ahead of them. Immediately after, Song Shuhang felt as though he had bumped into a soft barrier. Then, his whole body was forcefully thrust into the barrier due to the strength of the impact caused by the 10,000-mile flying escape technique. I'm finally out. Ooh? Wait a moment, what the hell is this place? Song Shuhang stared at the space before his eyes. What appeared before his eyes wasn't the scenery outside the Time City or the crystal-clear water pavilion, it was instead a huge hollow tree. Inside the tree hollow was a huge jellyfish with a luminous body. There were tens of thousands of tentacles made of light linked to its luminous body, spreading out and covering the whole tree hollow. If it's not the exit, what is this place? Just as Song Shuhang saw the big, dazzling jellyfish, his hair stood on end. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. As though it had reacted to the presence of the intruder, the countless tentacles of the luminous jellyfish rushed toward Song Shuhang. Even the agile 10,000-mile flying escape technique was unable to dodge this attack that literally filled all the surrounding space. Even if it was 10 times more agile, it wouldn't stand a chance against this AoE attack that covered all the space within the tree hollow. However, the tentacles of the jellyfish didn't directly attack Song Shuhang's body. They arranged themselves in a radius of 2 meters with Song Shuhang as the center, tightly wrapping him up. It was the same as a silkworm spinning a cocoon. At this time, the tentacles had formed a thick cocoon around Song Shuhang. After the cocoon was spun, something akin to suckers appeared on each tentacle. The suckers contracted and pasted themselves onto the layer of light generated from the 10,000-mile flying escape technique. In the next moment, the layer of light that the 10,000-mile flying escape technique had generated was transformed into pure spiritual energy and absorbed by the tentacles. It unexpectedly ate the 10,000-mile flying escape technique. Song Shuhang sighed faintly, such bad luck. It seemed he had used up all the luck he had saved up during the past few days. Now, it was time for his unlucky life to begin. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. As soon as the layer of light of the 10,000-mile flying escape technique disappeared, Song Shuhang felt like suffocating, because there was unexpectedly no air within the tree hollow. There wasn't any gravity, either. Therefore, Song Shuhang was floating in mid-air while entrapped by the cocoon made of tentacles. After swallowing down the 10,000-mile flying escape technique, the countless tentacles of light started to wriggle. In the next moment, the tips of the tentacle headed toward Song Shuhang. Inverted scale saber technique, dragon dance style. Song Shuhang wielded the treasured saber Broken Tyrant and his true chi burst forth, changing into a true dragon dancing in the air. The saber chi had transformed into a lifelike dragon. But just as the dragon dance style took shape and transformed into a dragon, the suckers on the various tentacles quickly pasted on it. Then, the suckers contracted, and the dragon-shaped saber chi of the dragon dance style was completely absorbed. It was swallowed down by the suckers just like the 10,000-mile flying escape technique earlier. It can absorb true chi and spiritual energy even if they are not in their pure energy form. Just what is this jellyfish? Song Shuhang had a very bad premonition. Whether it was the layer of light of Venerable White's 10,000-mile flying escape technique or the saber chi of his own dragon dance style, they were easily transformed into pure energy and absorbed by the jellyfish. The luminous jellyfish seemed to be the natural enemy of cultivators. Song Shuhang grabbed the treasured saber Broken Tyrant. After eating the true chi of the dragon dance style, the luminous jellyfish seemed to have eaten its fill. It didn't try to invade Song Shuhang with its tentacles, but still maintained the cocoon around his body, keeping him trapped inside. Is it not planning to attack me on its own volition? Song Shuhang operated his true chi and drew the rune of the turtle breathing technique in the center of each palm. Afterward, he joined his palms together and activated the runes of the technique with his mental energy, displaying the turtle breathing technique. The most important thing to do inside the tree hollow devoid of air was to find a way not to suffocate. But just as Song Shuhang joined his palms together and activated the runes of the technique, one of the tentacles forming the cocoon stretched out at lightning speed and bumped into his palm. In the next moment, the runes of the turtle breathing technique were transformed into pure energy and absorbed by the tentacles of the luminous jellyfish. Song Shuhang. It seemed that the luminous jellyfish didn't attack him, because it was waiting for him to use his true chi to display magical or saber technique so that it could absorb it. But if this keeps going on, I'll die due to the lack of air. Song Shuhang grabbed the treasured saber Broken Tyrant and put his strength in both hands. If true chi and spiritual energy were useless, he could only rely on pure, physical strength. Shuhang started to ruthlessly slash after grabbing the saber. He didn't use any true chi, just pure physical strength. Ding 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 tilde. A series of sparks flew out. But each and every one of those soft-looking tentacles was harder than a godly weapon. Although the treasured saber Broken Tyrant could cut the physical body of a cultivator of the 4th stage, it didn't leave so much as a scratch on the tentacles. As expected, physical attacks were also useless. After all, the jellyfish had easily taken care of the 10,000-mile flying escape technique that Venerable White had prepared. Even if it wasn't an existence of the Venerable rank, it was surely an existence of the 6th stage True Monarch rank. Song Shuhang couldn't use saber chi, and magical techniques were likewise useless. Such being the case, he could only give that a try. Song Shuhang put away the treasured saber-broken tyrant and took out a huge two-handed sword. Holy Light Sword technique, evil slashing Holy Light Sword. The raw power of this sword technique was pretty good, but it was nowhere near enough to break the tentacles of the jellyfish. Song Shuhang's true aim was to summon the holy flames that appeared whenever the sword technique was used. Although the power of the holy flames wasn't that high, they were ravenous, sticky, and very difficult to extinguish. Moreover, could the jellyfish eat this stuff imported from the West as well? The evil slashing Holy Light Sword bumped into the tentacles of the jellyfish. Another jingling sound was heard, but the tentacles of the jellyfish were still undamaged. But the holy flames were now stuck to the tentacles of the jellyfish and had started to burn them up. The holy flames had very low lethality, and they wouldn't be able to harm the jellyfish even if they kept burning for another 100 years. The suckers on the tentacles of the jellyfish activated once more and transformed a large amount of the holy flames into pure energy, starting to absorb it. It's not over yet. Song Shuhang displayed another small magical technique, that fire-controlling art. That fire-controlling art could manipulate the holy flames as well. Song Shuhang had confirmed this point 14 days ago when he was practicing together with Chu Chu. Right at this time, the holy flames happened to be attached to the tentacles of the jellyfish. Under the effects of their fire-controlling art, the holy flames started to burn frantically. The aim wasn't to injure the opposite party, but to increase the area where the flames were burning. The bigger the area where the holy flames were burning, the bigger the probability that the jellyfish would move its tentacles away to put out the fire, giving Song Shuhang a small opportunity to escape. In the end, the tentacles indeed moved. 30 or so tentacles behind Song Shuhang twisted and combined into a large stick that headed toward him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 547, 88,888 Voices. Chapter 547, 88,888 Voices. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. Bang tilde? The surprise attack of the tentacles that had twisted and transformed into a stick failed. A small golden shield had managed to block the attack. The ghost spirit had been hiding inside Song Shuhang's heart aperture all along and had used its unique senses as a ghost spirit to help its master monitor the situation around him. Just as the tentacles tried to hit Shuhang, the ghost spirit automatically used its innate skill and blocked the attack with its golden shield. But in the next moment, up to 100 suckers appeared on the surface of that stick made of tentacles. The suckers firmly attached themselves to the small golden shield and activated. Immediately after, even the small golden shield of the ghost spirit was transformed into pure energy and absorbed by the luminous jellyfish. Even an innate skill such as the golden shield was transformed into pure energy and absorbed. I'm not afraid of you making a move, because I'm more afraid of you not making a move. Fire-controlling art, make the fire burn at maximum intensity. Song Shuhang clenched his teeth and operated this fire-controlling arts with all his might, making the holy flames burn with even more strength. Hopefully, he would be able to induce the jellyfish to move some more and get the opportunity to escape. Buzz, buzz. Right at this time, the luminous jellyfish emitted a strange sound. Then, after it was done absorbing the energy of the small golden shield of the ghost spirit, it withdrew its tentacles and maintained the cocoon around Song Shuhang. Afterward, it didn't move in the slightest and allowed the holy flames to burn on its tentacles. A little bit later, it activated its suckers and started to slowly transform the holy flames into pure energy, absorbing them. Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang had no alternative but to stop using that fire-controlling art. Increasing the area and intensity of the holy flames only created additional energy for the opposite party. It was just a waste of time. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Next, Song Shuhang didn't move in the slightest and tried to find a way out of the situation. Since he wasn't moving, the tentacles of the jellyfish weren't moving either. But just as Song was unable to resist and tried to use the turtle breathing technique, the tentacles quickly stretched out and transformed the runes on Song Shuhang's palms into pure energy, absorbing it. If he couldn't think of anything, Song Shuhang would suffocate for real and die in that place. It's bad. I'm at my limit without the turtle breathing technique. Song Shuhang thought to himself. But right at this time, the cocoon that was tightly wrapping him up started to wriggle. Then, a small mouth that started to emit white mist appeared on each of the internal tentacles of the cocoon. Was it possible that they were releasing air? At first, the luminous jellyfish kept interrupting Song Shuhang's turtle breathing technique, but now, it was giving him air on own initiative. What was it planning to do? Was it possible that there was something wrong with the air? Who knew? Perhaps it was poisoned. However, Song Shuhang had really no choice at this time and was at a dead end. Of course, he wasn't planning to casually inhale the air without taking any precautions. Song Shuhang took the Gentle Dao pill 5th star edition that Senior Ancient Lake Temple had gifted him out of his size-reducing purse. It was a medicinal pill that one could take orally to treat and heal their wounds. In addition, it also had a certain detoxifying effect. Song Shuhang put the Gentle Dao pill in his mouth and cautiously took a breath of air. If there was something wrong with the air the luminous jellyfish had released, he would immediately swallow down the Gentle Dao pill to counter its negative effects. Song Shuhang spat the bad air in his lungs out and took a deep breath. The fresh air entered his body and soothed his lungs that were on the verge of exploding. In the next moment, a feeling of happiness welled up in Song Shuhang's heart. The air was very clean, and there wasn't any trace of poison inside. But just to be safe, whether there actually was poison in the air and regardless if the medicinal pill could stop it, Song Shuhang still swallowed down the Gentle Dao pill. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Suddenly, just as Song Shuhang swallowed down the Gentle Dao pill, he felt a burst of dizziness rush up to his head. Immediately after, his mind became blank, and everything around him started spinning. In the next moment, he collapsed and lost consciousness. Buzz, buzz. The luminous jellyfish made another strange sound. It almost felt as though it was evilly laughing. Soon after, it dragged Song Shuhang toward its body while maintaining the cocoon around him. Next, a mouth suddenly appeared on the body of the jellyfish and swallowed Song Shuhang down. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. After an unknown amount of time, Song Shuhang finally regained his senses. I actually fainted after eating the medicinal pill. That's the opposite of what should have actually happened. After opening his eyes, he looked all around. After a quick look, he discovered that he was in a strange place. There were many mirrors all around him, and countless Song Shuhangs were reflected inside these mirrors. There were both gravity and air inside this room full of mirrors. In addition, there was a faintly discernible black sphere with an irregular surface 3 meters away from him. The black sphere was emitting a faint radiance, illuminating the strange room full of mirrors. What is this place? Song Shuhang muttered to himself. He turned his head around and shot a look at the surrounding area. At the same time, his image reflected in the several mirrors also turned its head around and looked at the surroundings. In the whole room, there was nothing else aside from mirrors. The only exception was that shining black sphere. Was I brought here by the luminous jellyfish? Song Shuhang pondered for a moment and took out the treasured saber broken tyrant, poking at the black sphere in front of him. Then, just as though it was an illusion, the tip of the treasured saber broken tyrant directly passed through the black sphere as it poked at it. Is this thing an illusion? Song Shuhang furrowed his brows and prepared to take the saber back. But right at this time, the black sphere actually followed the saber back and quickly rolled in Song Shuhang's direction. The black sphere wasn't an illusory object. Although Song Shuhang couldn't touch it, the black sphere could come in contact with both Song Shuhang and the saber. The black sphere rolled toward him very fast. Song Shuhang didn't even have the time to let go of the saber when the sphere had already touched his fingers. In the next moment, countless things poured into Song Shuhang's head from the black sphere. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Immediately after, 88,888 voices echoed in Song Shuhang's head in unison, talking about topics that Shuhang didn't understand in the least. The number of the voices was simply too high, and after the voices overlapped, everything turned into a buzzing sound. Song Shuhang was unable to differentiate between the voices or understand what they were trying to say. He felt as though his head was going to explode. Even listening to Dharma King Creation song from close range didn't have such an impact on him. But the most absurd thing was that he knew the exact number of the voices. He knew that there were 88,888 voices altogether. Not one less, not one more. Is this some kind of deathly trap? Song Shuhang held his head with both hands. At this time, the only thing missing was someone popping out of nowhere and saying "You're already dead," with Song Shuhang's head deforming and exploding. If it was really a trap, the one that had arranged it must have been affected by an obsessive-compulsive disorder. They decided to place exactly 88,888 voices inside such a perfectly balanced trap. Damn it! It feels as though my head is going to explode. If all the voices keep speaking at the same time, I'm really going to turn insane. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and prepared to punch himself in the head. He wanted to see whether he could knock himself out. But just as this thought flashed through his mind, the 88,888 voices in his head became even louder, and the speed at which they were talking increased by 3 times. The CPU of Song Shuhang's brain was overloaded and his whole body crashed. At this time, he felt as though he had been struck by an immobilizing technique, and was thus completely unable to move. The 88,888 voices continued to reverberate in Song Shuhang's head, filling his head with all kinds of mysterious information. While he was in this state, Song Shuhang's brain lost the ability to think. He had no choice but to passively listen to the 88,888 voices with a stupid look on his face. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the world of cultivators, some magical or cultivation techniques possessed the power of the natural laws or of the great truth. Therefore, it was impossible to write these peerless cultivation techniques or extraordinary magical techniques down with something as simple as words, and even if one were to forcefully use letters to write them down, the letters would be destroyed by the power of the principle of the world. As a consequence, it was extremely difficult to pass down these peerless cultivation techniques or extraordinary magical techniques. Cultivation techniques that possessed not too much of the power of the natural laws or of the great truth could be passed down to the younger generation through jade strips or similar materials. But cultivation techniques that possessed the complete power of the natural laws or of the great truth were impossible to write down on those jade strips that were usually used to pass down techniques. Even the creator of the cultivation or magical technique found it very difficult to pass it down to the disciples through the mere usage of words. For this very reason, many valuable magical techniques and peerless cultivation techniques had been lost forever due to the inability to pass them down. One could say that ancient cultivators really racked their brains to think of methods to pass down their peerless cultivation techniques and extraordinary magical techniques. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Time slowly passed by. In the end, after a full 45 hours and almost 2 days' worth of time, the 88,888 voices in Song Shuhang's head were about to stop with their mumbling. At last, the voices shouted in unison, and the buzzing sound that had continued for full 45 hours stopped. Song Shuhang weakly lay on the ground. In the next moment, fresh blood started to flow out of his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. 1 day later, Song Shuhang finally regained his senses. His head was aching, and he felt as if it was going to split into 2. On the other hand, a cool and refreshing feeling was transmitted from the place between his eyebrows. Song Shuhang propped himself up. At the same time, a rumbling sound was transmitted from his hungry stomach. Hence, he quickly opened his size-reducing purse and took out a fasting pill, swallowing it down. Fasting pills also had different effects according to their different qualities. If the average man was to take an ordinary fasting pill, they wouldn't need to eat for 1 month. If it was a cultivator of the first stage, they wouldn't need to eat for 10 days. But if it was a cultivator of the second stage, the effects would last only for 4 or 5 days. The fasting pills Song Shuhang had with him were a gift from Su Clan 16. One fasting pill was enough to keep a cultivator of the first stage sated for more than 2 months, and even a cultivator of the second stage didn't need to eat for around 1 month. Su Clan 16 wanted to give him fasting pills of an even higher quality, but Song Shuhang's cultivation level was too low back then. If the quality of the fasting pills was too high, the pills would fill him to the point of bursting. But even after Song Shuhang swallowed the fasting pill down, he still felt very hungry. Therefore, he put another fasting pill in his mouth and swallowed it down. Then, another one, and another one. After eating 8 consecutive fasting pills, he felt that his belly was only 70% full. For how long have I been unconscious, to the point that I became so hungry? Song Shuhang muttered to himself. At the same time, he raised his head and looked in the mirror on the side. His face reflected in the mirror was deathly pale, and it felt as though he didn't have any vitality. Moreover, there were traces of dried-up blood around his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. But what piqued his interest was the area between his eyebrows. A bronze-colored radiance was frequently emitted from that place. The presence of the bronze light signified that his mental energy had increased once again. The quantitative change had triggered a qualitative change as well, carrying out a strange mutation. The amount of mental energy he possessed right now was already something that didn't belong to the realm of a cultivator of the second stage. Recently, Song Shuhang had carefully looked up the info concerning the constitution and the mental energy of cultivators. Therefore, he knew that the bronze light implied that his mental energy had reached the third stage rank. I'm in big trouble. Song Shuhang grimaced. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 548, A Billion Years Old. Rock. Chapter 548, A Billion Years Old, Rock. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. As it was circulating in the area between his eyebrows, his mental energy was intermittently emitting a cool and refreshing aura. Then, as the cool and refreshing aura accumulated and reached a certain degree, it changed into a dazzling bronze light emitting from Song Shuhang's glabella. At this time, Shuhang felt that the area between his eyebrows was slightly swelled and aching. The pain implied that his constitution was unable to keep up with the sudden increase of mental energy. Besides, the feeling of pain would become more and more intense as time passed by. Technically speaking, one could condense and materialize the originally invisible mental energy only after reaching the third stage. The bronze-colored light implied that his mental energy had transformed and entered an embryonic stage. In this stage, the mental energy was the same as an infant, and although it was rather weak while attacking directly, it still had many wondrous uses. Then, after strengthening itself along with the cultivator, the color of the mental energy would also change and become bright silver. The silver color implied that the mental energy had matured. It also meant that the cultivator had enough mental energy to practice sword riding techniques and fly in the sky. After incessantly speaking inside Song Shuhang's mind for 2 days and 2 nights, the 88,888 voices had pushed his mental energy directly to the third stage rank. Song Shuhang had just managed to increase the strength of his constitution with much difficulty, but now, his mental energy had suddenly increased and his body was once again unable to keep up with it. At this time, the level of his mental energy had far exceeded the amount his body could withstand. The disparity between the two was so big that it was impossible for Song Shuhang to close the gap by practicing a body tempering technique such as the steel hands technique. What a headache! Although it's a good thing, it's still very troubling. I need to find another way to quickly increase the strength of my constitution, Song Shuhang muttered to himself. Apparently, no matter how much he strengthened his constitution, it was still not enough. Should he follow Dharma King Creation's example and learn a body tempering cultivation technique? At the end of the day, Dharma King Creation's Warring Buddha's true body was rather cool. Whenever the technique was displayed, he would turn into a Super Saiyang, a bald Super Saiyang. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. After wiping the traces of blood from his face, Song Shuhang rested a bit. Afterward, he shot a look all around. He was still inside that room full of mirrors, but the only source of light in the room, the black sphere had disappeared. After losing its only source of light, the room had, on the contrary, become brighter. Each of the mirrors was emitting light at this time. Now then, what was the deal with those 88,888 voices? Song Shuhang rubbed his temples and tried to recall those 88,888 voices that had nearly driven him insane by continuously talking for almost 2 days and 2 nights. Damn it, my head hurts too much. As soon as he tried to recall the 88,888 voices, Song Shuhang's complexion became pale and his body lost its strength. Therefore, he stretched out his hand and leaned against the nearby mirror, gasping for breath. Buzz-tilde? Suddenly, a buzzing sound was transmitted beside his ear. At the same time, he felt as though the right hand he had used to lean against the mirror had been pushed into a meat grinder. He felt a piercing pain transmit from the hand to the rest of the body and huge beads of sweat started to slide down from his forehead. What happened? Song Shuhang took his hand back. Immediately after, he saw that hundreds of wounds had appeared on his right hand. The wounds weren't too deep, and he could easily heal them within a few minutes by relying on the current strength of his constitution, but the pain he was feeling was absolutely excruciating. It felt as though the nerves controlling his sense of pain had magnified the sensation by hundreds of times. Strange. I'm pretty sure no one attacked me just now. Song Shuhang muttered to himself. After all, he had only used his hand to lean against the mirror. Why had so many wounds suddenly appeared on his left hand? Song Shuhang shot a glance at the mirror he leaned against earlier. Was it possible that there was something wrong with the mirror? At this time, Song Shuhang's picture was reflected upside down inside that mirror. As he gazed at the mirror, the teepee in the mirror also gazed back at him. After a short moment, Song Shuhang discovered that there was something wrong with the teepee in the mirror. To be precise, there was something wrong with the eyes. At this time, numerous runes had appeared in the eyes of the Song Shuhang reflected in the mirror. Then, after the runes completely filled his eyes, they unexpectedly came out of his eye sockets and darted ahead. It's not the mirror in the mirror that has some problems, the problem lies in my eyes. Immediately after, the runes in Song Shuhang's eyes fell on the mirror and formed the indistinct picture of a clock. The hands of the clock started to quickly move counterclockwise, instantly completing hundreds of cycles. Next, the runes that formed the picture of the clock scattered, leaving the mirror and returning to Song Shuhang's eyes. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. As soon as the runes returned to his eyes, Song Shuhang unconsciously muttered, "It's ordinary glass that was strengthened with the usage of a magical technique. It's harder than steel, but it's unknown when it was manufactured or who manufactured it. Fairy Chu carried it here while building the Time City. Afterward, she put all the mirrors together and cast a lighting technique on them." After saying this much, Song Shuhang paused. Eh? Why did I suddenly start to speak? When he returned to his senses, he discovered that he was telling the story of the mirror in front of him. Apparently, the mirror was made of ordinary glass and was strengthened by an expert with the usage of a magical technique. Afterward, Fairy Chu moved it here while she was building the Room of Mirrors. In other words, the Room of Mirrors is Fairy Chu's work. Such being the case, is the luminous jellyfish also related to Fairy Chu? Song Shuhang rubbed his brows to alleviate the pain he was feeling and tried to put his thoughts in order. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Did I unknowingly use a magical technique earlier? Moreover, the magical technique I used seemed to be something similar to an appraisal technique. Of course, it wasn't something as simple as an ordinary appraisal technique. Earlier, Song Shuhang saw that the runes flashing through his eyes fell on the mirror and formed the picture of a clock. Such being the case, is it possible that it's a magical technique related to time? Anyway, how does it work, and how do I use it? Clang, clang, clang tilde. Just as he was in deep thoughts, the 2 mirrors in front of Song Shuhang automatically opened, revealing a passage that brought out of the Room of Mirrors. It was quite obvious that someone had been paying attention to him all this time. Then, after making sure that he had accepted the inheritance and learned the secret technique, they opened the exit for him. Is it possible that it was the luminous jellyfish that opened the exit? After all, it's very likely that it was the one that brought me here. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Song Shuhang grasped the treasured saber-broken tyrant and moved toward the passage with large strides. At the same time, he was wondering what the luminous jellyfish was planning to do. The tunnel wasn't very long. After 5 minutes, Song Shuhang was already out of the tunnel. But what appeared before his eyes wasn't the tree hollow where the luminous jellyfish was residing. As soon as he got out, he found himself in one of the passageways of the lower portion of the Time City. In front of him was precisely that wide hall that he and Chu Chu entered when they arrived in the lower portion of the Time City together with Fairy Chu. The wide hall was completely empty, and the only thing inside was the portrait of the ancestor of the crystal-clear water pavilion hanging on the wall. Song Shuhang turned his head around and discovered that the tunnel he came out of was nowhere to be seen. If not for the fact that the area between his eyebrows was faintly swelled and aching, he would wonder if he had been sleepwalking all along. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. I should look for Chu Chu first, Song Shuhang said after pondering for a moment. The hundreds of wounds on his hand had almost healed. The only problem was the stabbing pain, which was still there. Speaking of which, when the 10,000-mile flying escape technique activated the last time, it suddenly dragged him away, leaving Chu Chu all alone to fight against the great formation of the 108 bronze statues. How was she doing at this time? The 108 statues didn't beat her until she started crying, right? Hopefully, she is safe and sound. If she already left the Time City, even better. Looking for Chu Chu wasn't difficult. Song Shuhang only needed to follow the scent of her body to find her. After all, the nose of a cultivator of the second stage was really sensitive. Of course, having a keen sense of smell was also a cause of worry for cultivators of the second stage. For example, if someone were to throw at Song Shuhang a stinking pillar now that he was still unable to freely control his sense of smell, he would feel nauseated and throw everything up. Thereupon, Song Shuhang followed the scent Chu Chu had left behind in the Time City and started to run through the various passageways of the lower city. At the same time, he recalled the scene of himself displaying the strange appraisal technique earlier. Even though the technique wasn't something as simple as an ordinary appraisal technique, Song Shuhang had decided to call it that way for the time being. Anyway, when he unintentionally used the appraisal technique back then, he was recalling the content of the speech of those 88,888 voices. At the same time, he unwittingly put his right hand on the mirror. Afterward, he felt a stabbing pain transmit from his hand, and magical runes came out of his eyes, falling on the mirror. Then, just as those runes returned to his eyes, he somehow obtained the information related to the mirror. Maybe I should give it another try? Song Shuhang muttered to himself. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Said and done. Song Shuhang tried to recall the buzzing sound that the 88,888 voices were emitting back then. However, recalling the scene was like a form of self-torture. It was a terrible experience altogether. Well then, what was he going to appraise this time? Song Shuhang looked all around while running. Very soon, he found a suitable target. While he was passing through one of the passageways of the lower city, he saw a place with strange rocks. The rocks there seemed very interesting. Thereupon, Song Shuhang headed toward the place and picked up a fist-sized rock with his left hand, staring at it. Around 2 breaths later, Song Shuhang felt a burning hot feeling transmit from his left hand. After the searing pain, he discovered that the skin of his palm had been burned and was now charred black. The scene was similar to when hundreds of wounds had suddenly appeared on his right hand. Although Song Shuhang didn't suffer any attack, his left hand was injured. Song Shuhang clenched his teeth and muttered, as expected, the strange injuries and the sharp pain are both related to the appraisal technique. Is this the price to use the technique? Song Shuhang tried to endure the searing pain and stared at the stone. Then, things went just as he had predicted. Several runes appeared in his eyes and then fell on the surface of the rock, forming the picture of a clock. Afterward, the hands of the clock quickly turned counterclockwise. After 100 or so cycles, the runes returned to Song Shuhang's eyes. At the same time, they carried back some of the information related to the strange rock. It's a 1 billion years old rock. It's just an ordinary rock, and its only strong point is that it's very hard. It was a very succinct description. Song Shuhang. After all, not everything that had existed for a very long time was a treasure. Rocks weren't like ginseng, they wouldn't become more valuable as time passed by. Therefore, a billion-years-old ordinary rock was still an ordinary rock. To obtain this useless piece of information, Song Shuhang had experienced that searing pain and suffered a painful injury on his left hand. Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He threw the rock back to where he found it and kept following Choo Choo's smell in the hope of finding her trail. At the same time, he thought of another matter. There was a mysterious puppet inside his size-reducing purse. If he were to appraise the puppet with the new secret technique he had learned, would he obtain some information on it? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 549, Is it out of control? Someone might die. Chapter 549, Is it out of control? Someone might die. Translator, God Brandy Editor, Karisu. In the crystal clear water pavilion. A luminous jellyfish was heading toward Fairy Choo's celestial pavilion, and all the plants, people, animals, and rivers it met while crossing the crystal clear water pavilion were frozen in time. The luminous jellyfish didn't pay attention to the time-frozen disciples of the crystal clear water pavilion and directly passed above their heads. The jellyfish seemed very familiar with the crystal clear water pavilion and thus quickly arrived at Fairy Choo's celestial pavilion. The celestial pavilion was Fairy Choo's resting place, and it was full of defensive barriers and mechanism that could let Fairy Choo wake up at the slightest sign of trouble. But when the luminous jellyfish drifted through the place, none of the secret mechanisms or defensive barriers activated. It was because Fairy Choo's mechanisms and barriers weren't programmed to guard against it. It meant that Fairy Choo had absolute trust in the jellyfish. The luminous jellyfish quietly fluttered until arriving next to Fairy Choo. "Sigh, she is in a deep sleep," the luminous jellyfish said with a sigh. The jellyfish spoke in a human language and had a girlish and pleasant-sounding voice. Fairy Choo was still into a deep slumber at this time and wasn't showing any sign of waking up. "I know you are sleeping, but I won't wait for you to wake up. Therefore, you can listen to the words I'm about to say through the surveillance system after you wake up." After pausing for a moment, the luminous jellyfish continued, "Just as per our agreement, I've been quietly cultivating in that lower city since the day the Time City was constructed up until now. Simultaneously, I've been guarding the magical technique Slow-Witted Song left behind in the lower city. During this whole time, 17 cultivators were lucky enough to barge into the tree hollow I was guarding. It's regrettable that not even one of the previous 16 cultivators was able to inherit the magical technique that Slow-Witted Song left behind in that place. But today, the 17th cultivator, a young boy, was able to successfully inherit it after getting in there. Hence, as per our agreement, I'll leave the Time City this very day. In addition, I'll take with me the Dark Night Time ring Slow-Witted Song left behind to pass down the technique. As per our agreement, it has to be turned over to me after the duty was completed." After saying this much, the luminous jellyfish swayed its tentacles and revealed a fluorescent black sphere. It was precisely that black sphere with the 88,888 voices inside that almost tortured Song Shuhang to death. After it was done with its speech, the luminous jellyfish stretched out several of its tentacles and molded them into the form of a human palm, gently patting Fairy Choo's face. "In that case, let us meet again, Choo," the luminous jellyfish said gently. "I wish you to quickly wake up from this never-ending dreamland, my dear friend." After saying this much, the luminous jellyfish left a small tentacle next to Fairy Choo's body. The small tentacle would protect her and pass on the jellyfish's message after Fairy Choo had woken up. After completing its duty, the jellyfish wrapped up the Dark Night Time ring and fluttered out of the celestial pavilion. Then, its body flickered several times and instantly left the crystal clear water pavilion. "Now then, which place should I visit first? Or should I check which of my old friends are still alive?" After saying this much, the body of the luminous jellyfish flickered again, disappearing in the vast universe. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. How did it feel to be hacked into pieces by 1,000 blades? Our Song Shuhang was now aware of the answer. At this time, he was painfully rolling all over the ground while shedding some not very manly tears. These tears were just a natural reaction of the body. For example, tears would automatically start to flow if one was punched in the nose. 30 seconds earlier, after getting a gist of how the appraisal technique worked, Song Shuhang took the human puppet out of his size-reducing purse. All of this while still following the scent Choo Choo left behind in the Time City. Then, he silently recalled the content of the 88,888 voices and grabbed the waist of the human puppet with both hands, closely staring at it. He was really curious as to what the background of the human puppet was. In the next moment, something like 10,000 wounds suddenly appeared on his body, making him trip and fall to the ground. He literally felt as though thousands of blades were slicing him up. At this time, there was hardly any place on his body that wasn't wounded. His whole body was dyed with blood, and he was rolling on the ground in pain. He wasn't even able to sit or stand, because his butt and the soles of his feet were covered with wounds as well. Luckily, although the pain was absolutely unbearable, the wounds weren't too deep. They were similar to the wounds that opened on his left hand earlier. They would heal on their own after a few minutes. The strange injuries that had appeared on his body out of nowhere were one of the prices Song Shuhang had to pay for the usage of the appraisal technique. The higher the quality of the object, the higher was the price he had to pay to appraise it. Besides, Song Shuhang was basically ignorant as to how the appraisal technique worked. Only after he had completely recalled the content of the 88,888 voices would he attain the beginner level in regards to this particular secret technique. After experiencing the excruciating pain, Song Shuhang got some small information about the human puppet. A tailor-made, high-quality puppet manufactured for one of the VIP clients of the ancient Jet Black sect. It has many wondrous uses and needs 50,000 spirit stones of the 8th stage to be activated. 50,000 spirit stones of the 8th stage? What kind of nonsense is that? Even if Song Shuhang were to sell himself 10 million times, he wouldn't be able to gather 50,000 spirit stones of the 8th stage. For Shuhang, 50,000 spirit stones of 8th stage were a sky-high and unaffordable price. As if that wasn't enough, the puppet was a tailor-made object for one of the VIP clients. The fact that it was a tailor-made item implied that it possessed unique properties. Perhaps there was some unusual way to control it and only its rightful owner could make use of it. Such being the case, there was a chance that he might not be able to use it even after spending the 50,000 spirit stones of the 8th stage necessary to activate it. I'll seal up this damn thing forever. Song Shuhang clenched his teeth and threw the human puppet back into the size-reducing purse. He wouldn't let that thing come in contact with his spirit stones ever again. 50,000 spirit stones of the 8th stage were just too much of a scam. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Around 5 minutes later, the wounds on Song Shuhang's body finally cicatrized, allowing him to reluctantly move again. The only problem was the buzzing sound reverberating in his head. It should be the after effect of using the appraisal technique several times in a row within a short period of time. If possible, it's better not to use this masochist secret technique at all. Song Shuhang still had a lingering fear at this time. He had to experience the pain of being cut into thousands of pieces just to obtain some small information about the human puppet. His whole body was covered with wounds as a result. If he were to chance upon something of the same level as the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber and were to appraise it in a fit of retardation, wouldn't he directly lose his life? Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Once he slightly recovered from his wounds, Song Shuhang kept looking for Choo Choo. After half an hour, Shuhang finally managed to find Choo Choo. Miss Choo Choo was currently sitting cross-legged inside a Daoist temple, meditating. After hearing the sound of the approaching footsteps, Choo Choo immediately opened her eyes. Immediately after, she saw Song Shuhang, whose whole body had been dyed with blood. Needless to say, our Shuhang looked extremely pitiful at this time. At first, Chu Chu was still a little angry. After all, Song Shuhang suddenly disappeared after the activation of the 10,000-mile flying escape technique while they were in the lower city a few days ago, leaving her to fight against the 108 bronze statues all alone. That day, the bronze statues bullied her until making her miserable, and she had to use 2 precious talismans in order to get away from their encirclement. Therefore, Chu Chu was planning to complain to Song Shuhang as soon as he saw him. But after seeing Song Shuhang's blood-soaked figure, who looked like someone that had just come out of hell, the anger in Chu Chu's heart vanished without a trace. From the looks of it, Song Shuhang suffered even more than her during the past few days. As a result, Miss Chu Chu's heart became peaceful once again. Chu Chu stood up and approached Song Shuhang, asking, "Fellow Daoist Shuhang, are you all right?" "I'm fine. The wounds I received aren't too deep." Song Shuhang clenched his teeth and said, "Right. Miss Chu Chu, did you obtain any clue about the exit during the past few days?" Chu Chu shook her head. Song Shuhang forced a smile and said, "Tilda, it seems we'll have to keep looking for an exit until Pavilion Master Chu finally remembers about us and comes to pick us up." "Yes, we should try our best." Chu Chu faintly smiled and nodded. This coincidentally conformed to her wishes. After all, she really wanted to keep practicing inside the lower city for a few more days. Thereupon, the two stretched out their arms and gently shook their hands with an understanding smile on their faces. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. But just as Song Shuhang shook hands with Chu Chu, 30 or so wounds appeared on his right hand, and fresh blood spurted out. The blood spurted out vigorously, and even Chu Chu's hand was completely dyed with blood. F***CK, what's happening? I didn't even use the secret appraisal technique, why did these wounds suddenly appear on my hand? Song Shuhang was likewise dumbfounded. Next followed an intense pain that made Song Shuhang clench his teeth. The number of wounds was much inferior to when he accidentally appraised the mirror, but the 30 or so wounds that had opened just now were both deeper and painful. The quantity of blood that had spurted out was also higher. "Fellow Daoist Shuhang, your wounds opened again." Chu Chu quickly took out a bandage from behind her body and dressed the wound for him. Just as Chu Chu was dressing his wound, runes flowed out of Song Shuhang's eyes and fell onto Chu Chu's back, forming the picture of a clock. The hands of the clock turned counterclockwise once again. After a few breaths, the clock had managed to successfully collect the information related to Chu Chu's life and background. Immediately after, the runes returned to Song Shuhang's eyes as though they were the running water of a river. During the whole process, Chu Chu didn't react one bit to the changes that were happening. She didn't notice the runes flowing out of Song Shuhang's eyes or forming of the picture of a clock on her back. Ultimately, pieces of information related to Chu Chu were transmitted to Song Shuhang's mind. It's a young female cultivator. Age, 28. Cultivation level, 2nd stage 5th Dantian Dragon Palm Dantian realm. Height, 1.68 centimeters, weight, 48 kilograms. Her potential is huge, and her innate talent is also pretty good. Song Shuhang felt that he had been scammed. He already knew all of this. As if that wasn't enough, he knew way more than that. After all, he once experienced Chu Chu's life while dreaming. One could say that he was one of the people that understood Chu Chu the most in this world. He understood her even more than her own mother. However, this wasn't the problem. The problem was that he clearly hadn't activated the appraisal technique, neither he tried to recall the 88,888 voices. Why did blood suddenly spurt out of my body? Is it possible that the secret technique is out of control? That's bad. If it's really out of control, I might die. Even a cultivator of the 2nd stage will end up dead if they lose too much blood. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 550, The Tome of Never-Ending Tears? Chapter 550, The Tome of Never-Ending Tears. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. Song Shuhang was particularly aggrieved at this time. Earlier, he had been rather lucky that the target of the appraisal technique was Miss Choo Choo. Therefore, the price he had to pay was just some blood spurting out of his right hand. But if the secret technique was really out of control and was automatically appraising everything he was touching, Shu Hang wouldn't survive even if he had a blood bank at his disposal. As long as it was something like a rock or a plant, it wasn't such a big deal. But if he was careless and ended up falling on the floor, accidentally appraising the ground below, wouldn't he appraise the meteoroid on which the crystal clear water pavilion was built? If an ordinary rock billion years old was capable of causing harm to his body, wouldn't he directly lose all his blood and die if he were to appraise a huge meteoroid that was only God knew how old? Just as he was in deep thoughts, Song Shu Hang felt a burning pain transmit from his finger to the rest of the body through his nerves. Several wounds opened on his finger, and the wounds on one's fingers just happened to be particularly painful. Again? What is it this time? Runes flashed through Song Shu Hang's eyes, rushing out of his eye sockets and falling onto the bandages covering his hand. Ultimately, they formed the picture of a clock. Next, as the runes returned to his eyes, Song Shu Hang got a new piece of information. It's an ordinary bandage for medical use. It's sold in all big pharmacies and can stop bleeding. The disciples of the Chu family always carry it with them in order to prepare for all possible contingencies. Song Shu Hang. What's the point of giving me this type of information? The nearby Choo Choo furrowed her brows. She noticed that several other wounds had appeared on Song Shu Hang's finger. There was definitely something wrong with what was happening because she clearly remembered that there wasn't any wound there earlier. The wounds on Song Shu Hang's body had basically appeared out of nowhere. Fellow Daoist Shu Hang, were you affected by something similar to a magical curse? Choo Choo asked. There were indeed some curse-like magical techniques that could cause strange injuries such as these. It should be something of the sort. Song Shu Hang faintly sighed. After much difficulty, he could somehow make use of the appraisal technique, but how could he switch it off now? After saying this much, Song Shu Hang stretched out his shivering hand and took the gentle Dao pill out of his size-reducing purse to treat his wounds. Just as he took the medicinal pill out, his innocent arm was caught in the crossfire. 30 or so circular wounds appeared on his arm as blood started to flow out incessantly. Afterward, runes flew out of his eyes and formed the picture of a clock. This time, the target of the appraisal technique was the gentle Dao pill. It's the gentle Dao pill 5th star edition. It's a wound-treating medicinal pill that can be taken orally. It can counter poisons, treat wounds, and help one recover their energy. Produced by the ancient Lake Temple. It's a medicine with gentle properties. Song Shu Hang. Shu Hang was speechless and didn't know what he was supposed to say at this time. Was the technique planning to appraise all the items he had with him? From the looks of it, everything that was coming in contact with his hands was going to be appraised. It's over. Should I consider writing a will just in case? But, will the technique appraise the pen and the paper as well if I decide to write a will? As soon as he imagined the tragic scene, Song Shu Hang felt his eyes tearing up. Choo Choo said, fellow Daoist Shu Hang, let's try to find a way to quickly get rid of the magical curse affecting your body. She noticed that new wounds were continuously appearing on Song Shu Hang's body, with blood spurting out vigorously. It seemed he was going through a very painful experience. Song Shu Hang swallowed down the gentle Dao pill 5th star edition and clenched his teeth, saying, Miss Choo Choo, knock me out. Perhaps it's the only way to prevent me from continuously losing blood. Song Shu Hang believed that the appraisal technique would stop working if he was unconscious. Good. Choo Choo quickly moved and arrived in front of Song Shu Hang. Then, she stretched out her finger, poking at him. Song Shu Hang lowered his guard and didn't try to stop her. Choo Choo used her finger to poke at his neck, operating her true chi at the same time. In the next moment, Song Shu Hang loudly fell to the ground, quickly losing his consciousness. The effects of the gentle Dao pill 5th star edition were superb. The wounds on Song Shu Hang's body quickly healed under the effect of the medicinal pill. After he was knocked out, the runes flashing through his eyes finally stopped and disappeared. As expected, asking Choo Choo to knock him out had turned out to be quite effective. However, the 88,888 voices started to talk over inside Song Shuhang's head as soon as he lost consciousness, talking about things he didn't understand in the least. These 88,888 voices wouldn't stop with their mumbling until Song Shuhang had thoroughly grasped the magical technique. Choo Choo carried on her shoulder the fainted Song Shuhang, dragging him and placing him in the corner of the Daoist temple. Then, she secretly sighed after looking at the blood-soaked Song Shuhang. That lower cities of the Time City was more troublesome than what she had originally expected. Aside from that fearsome formation with the 108 bronze statues, weird curses were also lying around. She and Song Shuhang were going to have a difficult time while looking for a way out of the lower city. Anyway, it's better to rest inside this Daoist temple for some time. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Crystal clear water pavilion, inside the palace reserved for the guests. Li Yinju opened her eyes and finally woke up from her hibernation-like state. So cold, she muttered. At this time, the whole room was full of white and icy air, somewhat resembling a freezer. The cold inside her body had flared up while she was sleeping. As a consequence, the cold air inside her was released outside while she was fast asleep, filling the whole room. Where am I? Li Yinju muttered to herself. Very soon, she noticed a pair of male and female attendants standing next to the bed. The pair of male and female attendants were still holding the quilt in their hands, seemingly trying to cover her up. However, they were standing still at this time and weren't moving in the slightest. Li Yinju couldn't even feel the aura of life come from the bodies of the two attendants. At this time, there was absolutely no difference between them and two statues carved out of stone. Li Yinju furrowed her brows and jumped down from the bed. Then, she approached the body of the female attendant and stretched out her hand, touching her. Her body was icy cold and hard. Li Yinju tried to put more strength into her hand, but the bodies of that pair of male and female attendants were like glued to the floor and didn't budge. What is this place? What happened earlier? And where are Choo Choo and Shuhang? So cold. Li Yinju tightly hugged the magical clothes she was wearing and stopped paying attention to the pair of male and female attendants, directly leaving the palace reserved for the guests. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. But as soon as she got out of the palace, Li Yinju discovered that the whole world was frozen in time. The disciples strolling through the crystal-clear water pavilion, the birds in the sky, the spirit beast on the ground, the trees, and the water in the rivers had all stopped in their tracks. Time has stopped, Li Yinju said in puzzlement. After strolling along the periphery of the crystal-clear water pavilion for a while, she discovered that all things, without exception, were frozen in time. At this time, the whole crystal-clear water pavilion was shrouded in a deathly silence. Li Yinju started to look for Choo Choo and Song Shuhang's trail. But even after looking through more than half of the crystal-clear water pavilion, she was still unable to find them. Li Yinju started to panic, and her small hands aimlessly grabbed at the air in front of her in the hope of grasping something. I can't panic. I mustn't panic. I can sense his presence in this place. Li Yinju rubbed her eyes and finally headed toward the highest building in the crystal-clear water pavilion. It was the Celestial Pavilion, the place where Pavilion Master Chu was sleeping. All sorts of defenses and traps were arranged around the Celestial Pavilion. The reason the luminous jellyfish could freely move through the barriers and restrictions was that it had Pavilion Master Chu's complete trust. However, Li Yinju didn't have such privileges. Therefore, she activated something akin to an alarm as soon as she approached the Celestial Pavilion. In the depths of the Celestial Pavilion, the eyelashes of the fast-asleep Pavilion Master Chu slightly trembled. As soon as the alarm-like formation woke Pavilion Master Chu up, the time stop applied to the whole crystal-clear water pavilion was lifted, and the place slowly started to move again. The water of the rivers started to flow again, and the birds in the sky also started to flap their wings. The disciples of the crystal-clear water pavilion continued with their practice, etc. The crystal-clear water pavilion slowly returned to life. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. In the meantime, in the proximity of the moon, on a hollowed-out meteoroid drifting in the void. Inside the hollowed-out meteoroid, a white-haired old man stood up after completing his daily session of meditation. He's still not here? Where has that little friend Song gone? The white-haired old man took out a smartphone and swiped on the screen to unlock it. Soon after, he opened the photo gallery. In the photo gallery, there was unexpectedly a picture of Song Shu-hang. The old man was a loose cultivator, and his Tao name was Sobbing Old Man. The man was a powerful fifth-stage spiritual emperor. Moreover, the old man practiced a weird cultivation technique that was passed down in ancient times, the Tome of Never-Ending Tears. As the name suggested, the Tome of Never-Ending Tears was an unusual cultivation technique that forced both the practitioner and the enemies into a state of endless sorrow, without any possibility of escaping it. When he was young, the sobbing old man entered some ancient ruins related to the crystal clear water pavilion, obtaining the Tome of Never-Ending Tears. By relying on this tome, he slowly became a powerful fifth-stage spiritual emperor. After looking at Song Shu-hang's picture, for some unknown reason, a sad feeling welled up in the heart of the sobbing old man, making him unable to resist the urge of shedding some tears. Sob, sob, sob tilde the sobbing old man wept bitterly. The more he was crying, the more he looked aggrieved. If someone unaware of the truth were to witness this scene, they would surely think that the white-haired old man was mourning the death of a loved one. Little friend Song, where are you? Even after all these days, you haven't appeared. How am I supposed to explain things to Senior White? The sobbing old man wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Even his eye sockets had become red. The sobbing old man ended up owing Venerable White a very big favor 500 years ago, and just like true monarch White Crane, he had been looking for an opportunity to return the favor all along. A short time ago, the sobbing old man discovered through his personal channels that Venerable White was planning to send a cultivator of the younger generation into space and arrange a few trials for him there. As soon as he got a hold of this information, the sobbing old man knew that the time to repay his debt to Venerable White had come. Thereupon, he seized the opportunity and contacted Venerable White on his own initiative, taking the task of arranging a few trials in space and welcoming the young cultivator surnamed Song. Venerable White agreed to his request and sent him a picture of Song Shu-hang, as well as a talisman capable of locking Song Shu-hang's coordinates. Thereupon, the sobbing old man prepared a very good trial in the proximity of the moon. Everything was ready. Now, he only had to wait for little friend Song Shu-hang to come over and enjoy the exciting trial he had prepared for him, allowing him to strengthen himself. But little friend Song Shu-hang never came. Some time later, the sobbing old man discovered that Song Shu-hang had gone to explore an ancient grave together with Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue. But according to the time, he should have already returned from that place. Sob, sob, sob tilde fine, fine, it seems I'll have to look for little friend Song Shu-hang on my own, although this might end up reducing the enjoyment of the trial, the sobbing old man said while wiping his tears. Since he had with him a talisman that could lock Song Shu-hang's coordinates, he would personally look for him and bring him back here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 551, The Sobbing Beauty. Chapter 551, The Sobbing Beauty. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. The sobbing old man activated the talisman Venerable White had provided him to lock onto Song Shu-hang's coordinates. Soon after, 2 dots appeared in the mind of the sobbing old man. One of the dots was green, it showed the position of the sobbing old man. The other dot, which was red in color, was very far away and indicated Song Shu-hang's approximate location. It's worthy of being a talisman Senior White manufactured, it works wonders tilde sob, sob, sob tilde I'm really touched. The sobbing old man cried out loud once again. He was moved for a rather weird reason tilde. After getting all emotional and crying, the sobbing old man meticulously covered up the trial he had prepared for Song Shu-hang so as to avoid strangers barging in by mistake and ruining his setup. Afterward, he headed in the direction of the red dot. He wanted to get a hold of little friend Song and bring him back here so that he could happily enjoy the trial he had prepared for him to repay Senior White. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. The sobbing old man flew through space for a long time, directly until evening. At last, he arrived at the coordinates where Song Shuhang was supposed to be according to Senior White's talisman. But what appeared before his eyes was a huge meteoroid. Moreover, a palace-like building was built on it. The only problem was that the whole construction was concealed with a magical technique and its true appearance wasn't clearly discernible. Only the huge gate of the palace, which was covered with copper nails, was clearly visible to the sobbing old man. The sobbing old man was currently dumbstruck and didn't even have the time to cry. He just quietly sized up the palace gate before his eyes. Soon after, he raised his head and gazed at the space above the gate. In there were engraved 3 twisted words. It was unknown in which language the 3 words were written, but the sobbing old man knew their meaning. Crystal Clear Water Pavilion. When he was young, the sobbing old man entered some ancient ruins related to the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion, obtaining the Tome of Never-Ending Tears inside. Thanks to this cultivation technique, he managed to condense a golden core and become a powerful loose cultivator of the 5th stage. Such being the case, although he was from a different generation, the sobbing old man was somehow an inheritor of the teachings of the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion. Therefore, he had some understanding of the matters related to the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion. There is no mistake. The picture of the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion I saw in the ancient ruins was very similar to this construction. The sobbing old man jumped down from his meteor-like magical treasure and arrived in front of the gate of the palace, gently stretching out his hand and caressing the copper nails on the main gate. But why had the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion appeared in this place, right in the middle of space? After all, wasn't the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion involved in a war against a powerful sect of cultivator a long time ago and destroyed in the process? From what the sobbing old man remembered, the ancient Crystal Clear Water Pavilion had been completely destroyed after a fierce battle against another sect of cultivators. Was it possible that the later generations of the lucky survivors of the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion had decided to rebuild it? The hand of the sobbing old man faintly trembled. Next, tears copiously flowed out of his eyes without any sign of stopping. Sob, sob, sob tilde. The sobbing old man looked especially aggrieved while crying. But this time, he was crying tears of joy. The Tome of Never-Ending Tears he obtained back then wasn't complete. After practicing until the 5th stage realm, he had reached a dead end and needed the remaining part of the cultivation technique to keep practicing. But the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion had been destroyed, and the Tome of Never-Ending Tears just happened to be a cultivation technique that exclusively belonged to the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion. It was such a heartbreaking matter, right? If the sobbing old man wanted to advance further on the path of cultivation, he had to either change the cultivation technique he was practicing or find the complete version of the Tome of Never-Ending Tears. Hence, the sobbing old man had been looking for the complete version of the Tome of Never-Ending Tears all along. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to obtain any good result in his endeavor. But if the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion had really survived the calamity back then, there was a chance he might be able to obtain the complete version of the Tome of Never-Ending Tears. No matter how low the probability of obtaining the technique was, it was still better than having no chance at all. At this time, the sobbing old man was gently caressing the gate of the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion, just as though it was his little darling. After all, the only hope he had to advance to the 6th stage True Monarch realm lay on the other side of the gate. However, the sobbing old man started to get a bit anxious at this time. He felt as if he was about to visit his native place after many years of absence. After a long time, he made up his mind and knocked on the gate. Knock, knock, knock tilde. The knocking sound resembled that of a doorbell and was transmitted very far away. A formation protected the meteoroid. Therefore, there was air inside the place that could allow the sound to travel. After knocking on the gate, the sobbing old man anxiously waited for a reply for quite some time. But the front gate of the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion showed no sign of opening. The sobbing old man mustered his courage and knocked on the gate once more. Knock, knock, knock tilde. However, the gate still didn't budge. There is no one around? Or is it possible that they don't want to open the gate on purpose? Should I just try to barge in? The sobbing old man muttered to himself. However, he quickly cast aside this thought. If he were to randomly barge into the place, the opposite party would surely regard him as an enemy. At that time, there was no way the opposite party would give him the complete version of the Tome of Never-Ending Tears even if they had it. No, it was more likely that they would kill him directly if he were to forcefully barge into the palace. Thereupon, the sobbing old man retained his cool and kept knocking on the gate. The sobbing old man was a very patient man. When he was young, he once thought of visiting a senior loose cultivator to study under his guidance. In the end, the sobbing old man ended up kneeling in the front of the immortal cave of the senior cultivator for 5 days and 5 nights. Such being the case, it was now time to bring his patience into full play. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the meantime, in the crystal clear water pavilion. As soon as Li Yinju approached the celestial pavilion Teferi Chu was residing in, she activated an alarm-type formation arranged next to the place. Thereupon, Pavilion Master Chu also woke from her deep slumber. Simultaneously, the defense system of the celestial pavilion also activated, and a crystal tower supported by stone columns rose from the ground next to the celestial pavilion. Li Yinju immediately realized that she had barged into a restricted area. Therefore, her small feet stamped on the ground, and a sword orb flew about her mouth, changing into a sword light that rushed beneath her feet. She wanted to get away from the celestial pavilion as soon as possible. However, it was too late. The defense system of the celestial pavilion was something that Pavilion Master Chu had set up personally. Just as Li Yinju rode her flying sword and rushed upward, a huge net came down from the sky and wrapped her up. Next, 10 chains popped out of nowhere and tied her up like the character, making her dangle in front of the entrance of the celestial pavilion. It felt rather embarrassing to dangle in the air like that. At this time, Li Yinju wanted to cry but had no tears. With her strength of the 4th stage realm, she was unable to free herself from the chains. The more she was struggling, the more the binding of the chains was getting tighter. "Help! Please, set me free! I came here by mistake!" Li Yinju shouted. At the same, Song Shuhang's figure appeared in her mind. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the celestial pavilion. After making sure that the trespasser had been taken care of, Pavilion Master Chu fell asleep once more. Perhaps because she had already slept for 2 days, she didn't enter a deep slumber this time. Thereupon, the crystal clear water pavilion didn't completely stop in its track as before. The cultivators in the sect continued with their actions. The disciples running along the road continued running. The disciples that were practicing kept practicing. The elders that were either playing chess or drinking tea also continued with their actions, enjoying their carefree life. They were completely unaware that everything was frozen in time just a moment ago. Only the pair of male and female attendants in the palace reserved for the guests was grabbing the quilt with confused expressions on their faces. From what they remembered, they had brought an unconscious guest to this room. But now, the whole room was full of cold air, and the little guest was nowhere to be seen. The pair quickly started to look for the guest that had suddenly disappeared. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. At the same time, at the entrance of the Time City, a female disciple of the crystal clear water pavilion entered the Time City while holding a thick book in her hands, heading toward the lower city. The entrance she used to get into the Time City wasn't the same as the one Pavilion Master Chu used when she brought Song Shuhang and Chu Chu there. No disciples were guarding the entrance Pavilion Master Chu used back then. It was quite obvious that Fairy Chu used a secret shortcut while leading Song Shuhang and Chu Chu to the Time City. One of the disciples in charge of guarding the Time City said with a smile, "Senior Sister Yi, it seems you also plan to enter the lower city to practice." "Yes, I'm planning to practice in there for a month." The female disciple called Senior Sister Yi turned her head around and smiled. When she said a month, she referred to 1 month in the outside world and thus close to 1 year in the lower city. At this time, she was hugging a thick book in her bosom and wearing a light purple skirt. She had long brown hair that was carefully braided into pigtails, and her long bangs faintly covered her eyes. When she turned her head around and smiled at the disciples, it turned out that her eye sockets were very red, and there were still tear stains visible. It seemed she had just finished crying. The girl was like a hyacinth, delicate and attractive. After faintly smiling, she tightly held the thick book in her bosom and jogged toward the lower city, leaving behind the faint fragrance of book ink. Once the hyacinth-like girl was far away, the two disciples in charge of guarding the entrance of the Time City both sighed with emotion. Did Senior Sister Yi just cry? It had increased her charm by 100 points. The saying "a woman looks even more beautiful while crying" was extremely well suited while talking about Senior Sister Yi. That sobbing beauty, crystal clear water pavilion's miracle tears, names such as these were fairly popular in the crystal clear water pavilion. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the lower city of the Time City, Song Shuhang finally returned to his senses. Just as he woke up, Shuhang discovered that he was inside the room he had used to take the medicinal bath back then. Did Chu move him to this room? Did you finally wake up? At this time, Chu was wearing a new dress made out of a curtain stitched together. For how long was I unconscious? Song Shuhang rubbed his temples. The 88,888 voices kept torturing him even while he was unconscious. They had kept talking over in his mind for the whole time. You have been unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights, Chu replied. At this time, it had already been 34 days since Chu and Song Shuhang had come to the Time City. Therefore, around 3 days had passed in the outside world. I slept for a long time. Song Shuhang forced a smile. Then, he cautiously stretched out his hand and grabbed one of the nearby copper tubs used to take medicinal baths. He wanted to see whether or not the appraisal technique was still active. After he grabbed the copper tub, runes didn't appear in his eyes, and neither did the wounds on his body. Song Shuhang was immediately delighted. Wonderful! The effects of the appraisal technique seemed to be finally over. Now, he didn't have to worry about casually touching something and unknowingly activating the appraisal technique, causing his body to rupture and spurt blood everywhere. From the looks of it, knocking him out was enough to put a stop to the appraisal technique. After seeing Song Shuhang's happy expression, Chu asked, "Have the effects of the curse on your body disappeared?" "Yes, they seem to have disappeared. Now, I won't have to worry about randomly losing blood. Such being the case, we might as well keep looking for the exit." Song Shuhang stood up from the ground with a jump and moved around his body a bit. After all, he hadn't moved for 3 days and 3 nights. Just as he got up, his body emitted the same crackling sound as firecrackers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 552, I Can Feel It, It's Coming. Chapter 552, I Can Feel It, It's Coming. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. Along with the crackling noises of his bones, Song Shuhang discovered that his constitution had unexpectedly gotten a little stronger. However, the increase in strength was still very small. It wasn't only his constitution, because even his height seemed to have increased a little. While he was unconscious during the past few days, not only his body didn't weaken, but it strengthened instead. Is this the doing of the appraisal technique? Did my body get stronger while I continuously lost blood back then? However, he would rather not have to go through the experience again if the benefits were so low. There was just too much difference between the price he had to pay and the benefits he received in return. It was like running a business at a loss. You slept for a few days in a row. Therefore, I carried you along with me to every room I went during the past several days, the nearby Chu said. After saying this much, she took some fasting pills out of a small package and handed them over to Song Shuhang, saying, "Do you want some? I have several fasting pills with different flavors here with me. You slept for such a long time. You must be hungry, right? You have fasting pills with different tastes." Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity. The fasting pills Su Clan 16 gifted him were all flavorless. Therefore, he thought that all fasting pills were the same and didn't have any flavor. Choo Choo explained, yes, amongst the fasting pills I have here with me there are fruit-flavored, roasted meat-flavored, tomato-flavored, chicken-flavored, and so on. Can you let me have a try of the chicken-flavored ones? Song Shuhang asked. He and Choo Choo had stayed in the Time City for around a month and had eaten fasting pills during the whole time. Therefore, recalling the flavor of chicken was enough to make Song Shuhang's mouth water. Choo Choo handed him a light yellow-colored fasting pill. After taking the pill in his hands, Song Shuhang smelled it. To his surprise, it really had the faint smell of roasted chicken. His mouth started to water as he said, "It smells really good. Where are such fasting pills sold? And there are unexpectedly so many different types available." As soon as he finished speaking, Song Shuhang's complexion changed. In the next moment, 20 or so knife wounds of different depth abruptly appeared on the arm holding the fasting pill. Afterward, blood violently spurted out. Again? This damned appraisal technique hadn't actually switched off. Damn it, I'm not a blood bank. The quantity of blood I've lost in the past few days is more than I've lost during my whole life. Choo Choo said, "That's bad. Fellow Daoist Shuhang, you are losing blood again." Yeah, this indeed seems to be the case. Song Shuhang stared at the wounds on his arm. So much of his blood had been wasted just in this fashion. Given the current situation, shouldn't Song Shuhang consider raising a vampire like pet and always keep it close to him so as to avoid wasting all the precious blood he was losing? From what he knew, vampires and the likes really existed in this world. However, he was unaware if they were like the ones he had seen in movies, with each male and female being handsome and beautiful. Choo Choo said, "The blood's showing no sign of stopping. It will stop after a while." "I feel that I'm somehow getting used to it," Song Shuhang said indifferently. There seemed to be a lot of blood, but it was mainly due to the high number of wounds that opened on his body. Most of the injuries were shallow, and Shuhang only needed a little bit of time to heal them. However, due to the wounds opening, recovering, and opening again, there were now a lot of scars all over his body. Some said that a man had to wear his scars like medals. Song Shuhang felt that his whole body would be decorated with medals a month later if this kept going on. Choo Choo asked, "Is the curse still in effect?" "Yeah, it seems it wasn't fully eradicated earlier." Song Shuhang heaved a sigh. However, the situation had improved a bit. Earlier, the mysterious appraisal technique was activating whenever he was touching something. But now, it was just activating randomly. Just as he was speaking, the runes gushed out of his eyes as though they were a stream of water and fell on the fasting pill, forming the picture of a clock. Then, the hands of the clock quickly turned counterclockwise. After a short moment, the runes returned to Song Shuhang's eyes. "It's a chicken-flavored fasting pill, very crisp. It can satiate a cultivator of the first stage for 1 month. It was manufactured in April 2018. Shelf life, 20 years. Place of origin, Southern China, Immortal Food Cave. 1 spirit stone of the second stage is enough to buy 20 such fasting pills. It's possible to obtain it at discounted price if one is planning to buy them in large quantities." Song Shuhang. Is the appraisal technique trying advertise the Immortal Food Cave and their products now? Did the Immortal Food Cave invest in such a business? Wait a moment. When I took the fasting pill in my hand, didn't I unconsciously ask Choo Choo, "Where are such fasting pills sold?" Immediately after, the appraisal technique activated and appraised the fasting pill. Moreover, it didn't only appraise its effects, but it also told me in details about the place of origin. Such being the case, did the appraisal technique activate because I was wondering where the fasting pill was being sold? Song Shuhang was in deep thoughts at this time. If his guess was correct, it meant that he had understood how the appraisal technique worked. By the way, how can you get used to wounds suddenly appearing on your body? Choo Choo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Afterward, she took some other bandages out and started to dress the wound on Song Shuhang's arm. At this time, both his hands were wrapped up in bandages, making him resemble those guys practicing mixed martial arts. After looking at his hands, Song Shuhang muttered to himself, Perhaps I should give it another try? Chu Chu asked. Give it a try? Try what? Song Shuhang looked around, and his gaze lastly fell on the new bandages wrapped around his hands. If he were to appraise the bandages, only a few wounds on his fingers would appear. Such being the case, it was better to test the technique on them. Song Shuhang took a deep breath and said, "Where were these bandages manufactured?" Without waiting for Song Shuhang's appraisal technique to activate, the nearby Chu Chu replied, "Our Chu family produced them. Our Chu family founded a company that produces goods for medical use in China. The goal is to supply the needed goods to the disciples during their practice. After all, cultivators frequently get injured while tempering their body." Miss Chu Chu had dashingly raced to be the first one to reply. Song Shuhang. Perhaps because Chu Chu replied first, the appraisal technique didn't activate this time. After Song Shuhang regained his senses, the appraisal technique had slightly changed and was now more flexible. Forget it. I'll look for something in my purse to appraise. It's better if I find something that requires a small price for the appraisal. Thereupon, Song Shuhang took out his size-reducing purse. Then, he suddenly thought of something. Wait a moment, the last time, when I took the gentle Dao pill out of the size-reducing purse, didn't I touch the purse first and only later the pill? Back then, the out-of-control appraisal technique decided to appraise the gentle Dao pill instead of the size-reducing purse, and this had allowed Song Shuhang to unknowingly dodge a calamity. Even if one were to use their feet instead of their head to think, they would realize that the background of the mysterious size-reducing purse was surely more troublesome than that of the gentle Dao pill 5th star edition from the ancient Lake Temple. Due to the fact that he had lost the memories related to that mysterious island, Song Shuhang had no idea how he had gotten his hands on the size-reducing purse. If not for the small piece of paper inside the purse that cleared things up, he might have already gifted the cute rabbit-shaped purse to someone else or directly thrown it away. Now then, how did I exactly get my hands on this size-reducing purse during my trip to the mysterious island? Since he had lost his memories, he was unable to recall what had happened in there. Damn it! *T, *T. That thought just now was very dangerous. I quickly need to cast aside these foolish thoughts. A calm heart allows one to keep their head cool and believe in their strength, with no desires and no demands. I need to empty my mind, equality, fairness, lawfulness, patriotism, professionalism, honesty, friendliness, democracy, civilization, kindness, blah, 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 protect my body. Song Shuhang tried his best to empty his mind. However, it was too late. The human brain really worked in strange ways sometimes. The more one didn't want to recall a certain matter, the more that matter would pop up in their mind and not go away. Song Shuhang could already feel the stabbing pain he was about to experience. I'm done for, I'm going to die. Rip, rip, rip tilde. In the next moment, several thousand wounds of different severity appeared on Song Shuhang's body, with blood spurting out as though there was no tomorrow. Song Shuhang was completely dyed with blood once more. Painful, painful, painful. I'm dying, I'm dying, I'm dying tilde. Manly men didn't easily shed tears, but they, too, would cry when the pain was too much to bear. Therefore, Song Shuhang shed his manly tears again. However, he didn't cry due to the pain, but because of his stupid mistake. These were tears of deep regret. Fellow Daoist Shuhang, the nearby Chu Chu called out in alarm, unsure what to do. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth and gave Chu Chu the thumbs up while in extreme pain. It's fine. It's just a small wound. Well, the number is actually way higher than 1, but I'm fine. There is no way this can be regarded as a small wound. You are losing blood from all over the body. Chu Chu quickly took out a few more bandages. However, she didn't know where to start to patch him up. Song Shuhang was losing blood from everywhere. If she started dressing all his wounds, Shuhang would turn into a mummy. But the problem was that she didn't have so many bandages with her. Song Shuhang said, "It's all right. Wounds of this degree should recover in a few minutes. No matter how I look at you, you don't seem all right to me." What's the deal with this curse affecting your body? How did you end up with this curse in the first place? We should quickly try to find a way to get rid of it. Chu Chu said hastily. With Song Shuhang continuously losing blood due to the curse, they were unable to do anything. Song Shuhang clenched his teeth and said, "Don't worry. I've already discovered the cause of the loss of blood." At the same time, runes flashed through his eyes and rushed out of his eye sockets like a stream of water, falling on the size-reducing purse. Afterward, they formed the picture of a clock and returned to Song Shuhang's eyes. It's a cute rabbit-shaped size-reducing purse manufactured from the snakeskin of the little finger snake. The creator of the purse, is a ninth-stage tribulation transcender that loves rabbits. It's something she manufactured personally and gifted to fellow Daoist Song Shuhang. The asterisks implied that part of the information was censored. That asterisk should have been either the Dao name or personal name of the ninth-stage tribulation transcender that loved rabbits. It seemed that the ninth-stage tribulation transcender had taken some precautions and concealed information about her past, present and future. Therefore, even Song Shuhang's appraisal technique was unable to discover her Dao name or personal name. However, it was a good thing that the powerful senior on the mysterious island had concealed her personal information, because if Song Shuhang were to appraise the information related to a ninth-stage tribulation transcender, the price to pay wouldn't be as simple as some blood spurting out of his body. Perhaps all his blood vessels would rupture at that point, making him die. I unexpectedly met a ninth-stage tribulation transcender during my stay on the mysterious island? Song Shuhang thought to himself. But after recalling that time he experienced part of his own life while he was on the mysterious island in the Dreamland, he remembered that he had met Miss Nine Lanterns, as well as that small white dragon in the chamber tomb, on that island. It seems that the mysterious island is far from being a simple place. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 553, A Hard-to-Come-by Kindred Soul. Chapter 553, A Hard-to-Come-by Kindred Soul. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. One day later. At this time, Song Shuhang was walking in one of the underground passages of the Time City all alone. Yesterday, after he appraised the size-reducing purse by mistake and lost a lot of blood, he and Chu Chu were forced to stop for an additional day. As such, the duo teamed up early this morning and decided to keep exploring the lower city in order to find an exit. Song Shuhang and Chu Chu decided to explore the lower city together. The lower city was, after all, a place full of dangers. That great formation of 108 bronze statues, the wounding curse that Chu Chu believed had affected Song Shuhang's body, and so on were all incredibly dangerous for them. Since the surrounding environment was so dangerous, it was wise for the duo to move together and help each other in case of need. Song Shuhang and Chu Chu didn't intend to follow the plot of those movies where the people that had teamed up with the main character would all split up after reaching a dangerous place. However, Shuhang hadn't expected that he would be still separated from Chu Chu in the end. Back then, Chu Chu was leading the way in one of the passages, but after she turned the corner, she suddenly disappeared. Of course, Song Shuhang quickly followed behind her. But when he turned the corner, he suddenly lost sight of Chu Chu. Instead, he felt something akin to zero-gravity feeling, just as though he was inside an elevator. Song Shuhang immediately guessed what had happened. It seemed that the various passageways inside the lower cities could actually move. It was such a cheap move. After separating from Chu Chu, Song Shuhang had no choice but to travel all alone while looking for both the exit and Chu Chu. As such, he decided to leave a different mark in each room he visited. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Unknowingly, another day had passed. As before, Song Shuhang still had to find traces of Chu Chu. I have no idea according to what pattern the passageways of the lower city are moving, and I can't rely on my sense of smell, either. It seems I can only rely on my luck to find Chu Chu this time, Song Shuhang muttered to himself. Speaking of which, his luck had been awful recently. Just as he was in deep thoughts, Song Shuhang noticed a brightly lit room at the end of the passageway. Moreover, there was a human figure moving inside. There is someone in there. Is that Chu Chu, or is it a disciple of the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion? Regardless of who it is, it's good news for me. I finally got lucky, huh? Song Shuhang said. Song Shuhang picked up the pace and quickly headed toward the room at the end of the passageway. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. After getting into the room, Song Shuhang discovered that it was a huge library. Or at least, it should be a library? The room that appeared before his eyes was full of books. There were books all over the place, probably more than 100,000. It was literally an ocean of books. However, the books weren't orderly put on the bookshelves. Instead, they were piled up on the ground, and the room looked very messy. At this time, a hyacinth-like girl was squatting down in the middle of the ocean of books. She wore a purple skirt, and her long brown hair was carefully braided into pigtails. Her long bangs faintly covered her eyes. At this moment, she was holding a thick book in her hands and reading it with great interest. After a short moment, she said softly, "No place can compare to the lower cities of the Time City. Here, I can read books for 12 days while only 1 day has passed in the outside world. I'm so happy." She spoke in a low voice, but Song Shuhang was still able to hear her words thanks to his great hearing. "Girl, if you use the time-related abilities of the lower city for things such as these, you're going to make Pavilion Master Chu cry." At the same time, Song Shuhang's favorable impression of the girl increased by 20 points. He felt that he had met a kindred soul. Just like him, the girl liked squatting down and read while surrounded by books. As long as she had a book in her hands, she was in heaven. Sob, sob, sob tilde, but right at this time, the girl suddenly started crying while reading. Tears copiously flowed out of her eyes and streamed down her delicate cheeks, soaking the book she was holding in her hands. The girl panicked and quickly stretched her hand out, wiping the tears away from the book. But due to the tears continuously flowing, the water drops falling on the book were continually increasing even if she was wiping them off. Very soon, the entire page of the book was soaked. Did she start crying after reading about a very sad plot development in the book? It seems she's an emotional and well-read girl. Song Shuhang's favorable impression of the girl increased by another 20 points. After witnessing this scene, he was even surer that he had met a kindred soul. Should I go inside and greet her? She should be a disciple of the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion. Such being the case, she must know the way to leave the Time City, right? Thereupon, Song Shuhang called out, "Excuse me, may I disturb you for a moment tilde?" Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. At this time, the book-loving girl noticed that a person was coming over. She quickly hid the book she was reading behind her back and carefully looked at Song Shuhang. In the meanwhile, tears were still copiously flowing out of her eyes. Her misty and teary eyes increased her charm even further, making her look even more beautiful. Somewhat embarrassed, Song Shuhang waved his hand and said, "Hello." "Hello." Sob, sob, sob tilde. The girl nodded and started crying even more loudly. After seeing that she was still crying, Song Shuhang felt a bit awkward. Just as though she had sensed Song Shuhang's embarrassment, the hyacinth-like girl gently waved her hand and said, "Please, don't mind me, sob, sob, sob tilde. Once I start crying, sob, sob, sob tilde, I won't be able to stop any time soon. Anyway, junior brother, which branch of the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion do you belong to?" Sob, sob, sob tilde. "I don't think I've seen you around before." "Hi, I'm not a disciple of the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion. I got by chance into the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion a few days ago and managed to meet Pavilion Master Chu. Afterward, Pavilion Master Chu led both me and my companion here to the Time City," Song Shuhang replied. "I see, sob, sob, sob tilde. So you are a guest of our Crystal Clear Water Pavilion." The girl didn't doubt Song Shuhang's words. After all, the Time City was a very special place that was related to the concept of time. Therefore, someone that didn't have Pavilion Master Chu's permission to get into the city being there was impossible. Sob, sob, sob tilde I'm part of the generation of disciples of the crystal clear water pavilion surnamed Yi. Therefore, my Tao name is Yi Sai. Sob, sob, sob tilde the well-read girl wiped away her tears and continued, moreover, since I like reading books and ponder over matters, my junior and senior sisters, and other people as well, often call me a pensive Yi. As for sobbing beauty and crystal clear water pavilion's miracles tears, she absolutely wouldn't acknowledge such names. Song Shuhang blinked his eyes. Why was this senior sister telling him her nicknames after meeting him for the first time? However, he still politely replied, "Hello, senior sister Yi. My name is Song Shuhang. As for my Tao name, today should be either Wednesday or Thursday in the outside world. All right, it's Wednesday. Therefore, my Tao name is Path-Seeking Scholar." Path-Seeking Scholar? Do you also like reading books? Senior Sister Yi's eyes lit up. At this time, she had stopped crying and was only sobbing from time to time. Indeed, I quite like reading books, Song Shuhang replied firmly. After all, reading books was one of his biggest hobbies. Senior Sister Yi shot a glance at Song Shuhang. As soon as she saw him, she felt as though she had met a kindred soul that liked reading books as much as her. Since they shared a common interest, the two of them quickly engaged in conversation. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Anyway, what were you reading earlier, Senior Sister Yi? Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity. What kind of book made Senior Sister Yi cry so much? Actually, it's just a book I casually picked up. Senior Sister Yi showed Song Shuhang the book she was hiding behind her back. Song Shuhang took the book in his hands and looked at it. Theories on how cultivators can save up true qi or spiritual energy while riding a flying sword. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 554, The Temperature of Their Fingers. Chapter 554, The Temperature of Their Fingers. Translator, God Brandy Editor, Kurisu. I have to stay calm, I have to stay calm. After seeing the title of the book, Song Shuhang tried his best to keep his calm and not let his thoughts wander so as to avoid accidentally triggering the appraisal technique and spurting out blood in front of Senior Sister Yi. Immediately after, Song Shuhang glanced again at the serious-looking title of the book. But even after looking at it a second time, he just couldn't imagine which part of the book could have made Senior Sister Yi burst into tears. Is it possible that the content of the book is more complex than what the title suggests? For example, although the title is serious-sounding and seemingly about academical discussions, the actual content of the book is that of a tragic love story. In the past, Song Shuhang, too, had bumped into the so-called clickbait titles. Thereupon, Song Shuhang started to quickly flip through the book called Theories on How Cultivators Can Save Up True Qi or Spiritual Energy While Riding a Flying Sword, and deliberately arrived at the page that was soaked in Senior Sister Yi's tears. But what appeared before his eyes was a series of mathematical equations. He quickly shot a glance at the content and flipped through several pages, but the only things he saw in there were boring theories about how cultivators could save up true qi or spiritual energy while riding a flying sword. He was unable to find anything remotely related to a tragedy or something of the sort. F*CK, just what kind of reader is she? Did Senior Sister Yi start crying after reading about these boring theories? Is it possible that she is one of those readers with a very, very wild imagination? For example, some readers might start treating a manga where there was a hot-blooded battle amongst robots with the following lines flying around: "Look at my dazzling explosion, eat my light beam, have a taste of my metallic rod, I'm going to break through your impenetrable defense." 1. As a mecha porn story. But even if Senior Sister Yi was one of those readers with a very wild imagination, how did she exactly end up treating those complex theories and mathematical equations as a tragic love story? Is it possible that Rune X is the male lead, Rune Y is the female lead, and Rune Z is another man, and their sudden combination led to a heartbreaking plot development? Song Shuhang silently returned the theories on how cultivators can save up true qi or spiritual energy while riding a flying sword to Senior Sister Yi. It seems I'm still unable to understand the world of a well-read girl. Does it mean that I've not advanced far enough on the road of literature? Junior brother path-seeking scholar, I feel that you're thinking about something quite inappropriate at this time, Senior Sister Yi said disgruntledly, both her eyes very red. Song Shuhang quickly waved his hand and denied, no, I did no such thing. After seeing your guilty conscience, I'm even surer that you were thinking about something inappropriate. Senior Sister Yi sobbed a few times and covered her face with both hands. Water drops incessantly streamed down her cheeks as she burst out in tears again, looking very aggrieved. Song Shuhang. I'm sorry. I didn't start crying because of you, sob, tilde. It's just that I suddenly felt very sad and couldn't help but burst out in tears. Sob, tilde. I'm telling the truth, it doesn't have anything to do with you. Don't misunderstand, please. Senior Sister Yi aggrievedly cried while waving her hand at Song Shuhang, comforting him. Song Shuhang. Senior Sister Yi was crying for the strangest reasons tilde. However, she looked rather cute when she was trying to comfort others while crying aggrievedly. At last, with much difficulty, Senior Sister Yi managed to stop crying. Snowflake hash. I showed junior brother path-seeking scholar a rather embarrassing sight. Senior Sister Yi was still sobbing from time to time. Song Shuhang gave her a tissue. It wasn't that he was carrying tissues around with him. It was just that there were many of them placed next to Senior Sister Yi, and he simply picked up one. Senior Sister Yi wiped away her tears and tried to awkwardly shift the topic of conversation. Junior brother path-seeking scholar, what kinds of books do you like reading? Song Shuhang pondered for a moment and replied, I like all kinds of books. You can say that I'm just someone that simply likes reading. Whether it was a book about boring theories, a textbook, a novel, a manga, a science thesis, or ancient poetry, in short, as long it was something with text written on it, Song Shuhang could lose himself in it and read it for the whole afternoon, if not longer, without breaks. You like all of them? Senior Sister Yi asked out of curiosity. Song Shuhang nodded. You and I are the same. I also like reading all kinds of books. Although I'm unable to understand the content of many difficult books properly, as long as it's book, I'll definitely like it. It's for this reason that I like staying in the lower cities of the Time City. Because I can read even more books here. Senior Sister Yi said happily. The two of them were really similar from this point of view. The duo looked into each other's eyes. Song Shuhang felt he and Senior Sister Yi were like kindred souls. Senior Sister Yi asked at this time, what kinds of books do you usually read the most? The books I read the most are probably school books and the likes. Since I'm still a student, I usually get in contact with these types of books the most, Song Shuhang recalled and continued, but aside from that, the ones I read the most are probably novels and manga. These two types are really good for relaxing. Then, in the third place, I would say famous literary masterpieces and poetry. Like historical romance novels and picture albums. I'm also really interested in those two types of works. Do you have any historical novel or picture album to recommend? Senior Sister Yi said happily. When the two bookworms discussed, the topic of conversation could but revolve around the books. It was a common topic they could talk about forever. Thereupon, Song Shuhang told her about some of the novels he liked. Since the range of the works was very broad and went from famous pieces of literature to classic martial arts novels, and again to modern web novels, there were several works that he liked and thus wanted to recommend. After hearing the names Song Shuhang mentioned, Senior Sister Yi sighed with emotion and said, I haven't heard about any of the works you mentioned just now. Were all these works produced in the last several hundred years? Song Shuhang nodded and said, yes, that's indeed the case. Time was truly a marvelous thing. Several hundred years of time could pass since a cultivator went into secluded meditation to when they came out. Sometimes, the entire world would have changed by the time they came out. In that case, how about giving me a brief introduction of these interesting works you mentioned? I'm very interested in them. Senior Sister Yi said expectantly. Sure. I can briefly describe to Senior Sister Yi the interesting parts and general plot of those works. If Senior Sister Yi is really interested in them, I can bring them to you if I have another opportunity to visit the crystal clear water pavilion in the future, Song Shuhang said with a smile. His memory had become pretty good since he had become a cultivator. Therefore, it wasn't a problem to remember most of the plot of a novel after reading it once. Right, Senior Sister Yi. Earlier, while I was in one of the passages of the lower city, I accidentally separated from my companion. Do you have any method to find her? Song Shuhang asked. Aside from Chu Chu's whereabouts, he had to seize the opportunity and ask Senior Sister Yi about the exit of the lower city as well. It seems you guys happened to enter the area of the time city that was about to shift. In order to lighten the effects of the erosion of time, the internal structure of the time city would change from time to time, Senior Sister Yi explained. Do you have any item with you that has the aura of your companion? Give it to me if you have it, I'll use it to look for your companion. Can bandages work? Song Shuhang took off the bandages on his arm. Chu Chu had used those bandages to dress his wounds and her aura was still on them. Yes, bandages are also fine. Senior Sister Yi smiled and took the bandages in Song Shuhang's hands. When she took the bandages from Song Shuhang's hands, her finger touched Shuhang's. The two of them could feel the temperature of each other's fingertips. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 555, Fellow Daoist, do you have a girlfriend? Chapter 555, Fellow Daoist, do you have a girlfriend? Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. When their fingertips touched, Song Shuhang's complexion quickly changed. It's bad. I can feel it, it's coming. Song Shuhang muttered to himself. What he felt was coming was the peculiar feeling of the appraisal technique activating. Senior Sister Yi blinked her eyes and looked in puzzlement at the convulsing Song Shuhang. Senior Sister Yi, quickly dodge! Song Shuhang shouted. But without waiting for Senior Sister Yi to move to one side, Song Shuhang's body spurted out blood like a fountain. As if that wasn't enough, the blood spurted out even more violently than before. Senior Sister Yi gently waved her hand, and an invisible barrier blocked all the blood heading in her direction. Damn it! So painful! Song Shuhang said as he suppressed his voice so as to avoid screaming in pain. But in the next moment, blood spurted out of his mouth as well. Blechtilde? Although wounds appeared all over his body earlier too, it was his first time vomiting blood. Just what kind of secret was Senior Sister Yi hiding? The wounds Shuhang received when he appraised her were even more serious than the ones he received while appraising the human puppet and that size-reducing purse back then. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth and activated the healing technique on his ancient bronze ring. The wounds he received the previous times were all superficial and he could recover from them within a few minutes, but the ones he received this time were somewhat serious. Such being the case, he decided to use the healing technique engraved on the ancient bronze ring, something he could use only a limit number of times each day. The radiance of the healing technique covered Song Shuhang's body and started to heal his wounds. However, the wounds on his body were quickly splitting open soon after healing. As if that wasn't enough, more and more new wounds were continuously appearing. The price to appraise Senior Sister Yi had been incredibly high. In addition, the appraisal technique had activated all of a sudden. Song Shuhang hadn't wondered about Senior Sister Yi's background or identity, neither he had considered appraising her. Such being the case, why had the appraisal technique suddenly activated on its own? Song Shuhang had vomited a lot of blood. In his current state, he wasn't even able to take a medicinal pill to treat his wounds. Very soon, he started becoming dizzy due to the excessive loss of blood and his eyelids got very heavy. Senior Sister Yi was temporarily at a loss. But just as she returned to her senses, she quickly performed a hand seal and used a healing technique on Song Shuhang's body. The level of the healing technique she used was way higher than the one on Song Shuhang's ancient bronze ring. Under the effects of the healing technique, the condition of Song Shuhang's body quickly stabilized. The wounds started to recover slowly and weren't reopening. Senior Sister Yi asked, "Do you feel a little better now?" "Yes, I feel much better now." "Thank you, Senior Sister Yi," Song Shuhang said. Earlier, he really felt as though he was at death's door. Just as he was speaking, runes flashed through his eyes and gushed out of his eye sockets like running water, dashing toward the well-read girl in front of him. Under normal circumstances, the runes would fall on Senior Sister Yi's body and form the picture of a clock. Afterward, the hands of the clock would turn counterclockwise. But what happened this time was somewhat different. When the runes gushed out of his eyes and fell on Senior Sister Yi's body, they directly entered her body, and only at that time did they transform into a clock. During the whole process, Senior Sister Yi was completely unaware of the changes happening right next to her. After a short moment, the runes finally returned to Song Shuhang's eyes. All the information related to Senior Sister Yi's appraisal were directly delivered to Song Shuhang's mind. The master of the crystal clear water pavilion, Fairy Chu, ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Only this piece of information was conveyed to Song Shuhang's mind. The following series of asterisks implied that the appraisal wasn't too successful. The master of the crystal clear water pavilion, Fairy Chu. What kind of relationship is there between Senior Sister Yi and Fairy Chu? And what's the deal with the censored part of the appraisal? Song Shuhang gasped for breath, and in the next moment, everything before his eyes turned black. Immediately after, Song Shuhang fell loudly to the ground and lost consciousness. Just an instant before fainting, several pieces of information were transmitted to his brain in rapid succession. It was the text after the long series of asterisks. Fairy Yi Sai. She is also known as the sobbing beauty and a miracle tears of the crystal clear water pavilion. She treats others kindly and loves reading books. She is also known as the living libraries of the crystal clear water pavilion. She perished in the... Unfortunately, the following piece of information was cut off due to Song Shuhang losing consciousness. Blech tilde after he fainted, Song Shuhang spat out another mouthful of blood. Along with his consciousness fading, the appraisal technique also switched off. After the massive loss of blood earlier, without anyone noticing, a small part of Song Shuhang's blood had converged into his pocket. In there, the Enlightenment Stone and Lady Onion's root were soaked in his blood, the latter slowly starting to grow up as though she had received some kind of tonic. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Around 2 hours later, Song Shuhang finally regained consciousness. Of course, he was able to wake up this quickly only thanks to Senior Sister Yi's magical technique. Fellow Daoist path-seeking scholar, what happened earlier? Why did you start spraying blood from all over your body? Moreover, so many wounds suddenly appeared. Senior Sister Yi asked in puzzlement. Song Shuhang forced a smile and said, "How can I explain it? You can regard it as the backlash of a magical technique or something like a curse activating." He himself was not sure how the appraisal technique worked. Therefore, he found it quite difficult to explain it to others. The backlash caused you to spurt blood from all over your body? Just what type of magical technique is this? Senior Sister Yi asked in puzzlement. If you want, you can describe to me the technique a little. After all, I've read many books about magical techniques. Therefore, I can perhaps find a way to resolve your problem. Senior Sister Yi had read many books about magical techniques and accumulated a vast amount of knowledge that could perhaps come in handy. In addition, for unknown reasons, she had knowledge of several magical techniques that she herself had never heard of before. Of course, if it's a special or secret technique, you shouldn't casually reveal it to others. That's common knowledge, Senior Sister Yi also added. Song Shuhang slightly nodded. It was a secret technique he'd obtained somewhere in the Time City. Moreover, even he himself was not clear how to describe its functions to others. But since Fairy Yi Sai was a kind-hearted person and was also known as the living libraries of the crystal clear water pavilion, perhaps it was worth it to give it a try and explain the situation to her. I'm not sure how to properly explain things either, but it's a skill that can appraise items. The only problem is that it makes me spurt blood from all over the body as a price for the appraisal. Moreover, it has been out of control since the first time I've used it. Song Shuhang vaguely described the effects of the magical technique to Senior Sister Yi. Senior Sister Yi pondered for a moment, but even she, who was known as the living libraries of the crystal clear water pavilion, had never heard or read about similar symptoms. Things such as appraisal techniques existed in the world of cultivators. For example, some ocular techniques could observe the goods in details and be even more effective than microscopes or similar items. There were also magical techniques that could allow one to determine the age of an item through the appraisal of the chemical elements, as well as other several techniques of this genre. But there wasn't any appraisal technique amongst the one Senior Sister Yi knew that would make the user violently spurt out blood whenever it was used. Senior Sister Yi shook her head and said, "I haven't heard of a magical technique with such far." But right at this time, she had a sudden enlightenment. She had actually heard of a magical technique with similar effects somewhere. But the problem was that she couldn't recall where. Given the powerful memory of cultivators, it should be normally impossible for such a thing to happen. In that case, was it possible that she had only quickly glimpsed at the content of the book describing those symptoms? Wait a moment, I think I've read about similar symptoms somewhere. Senior Sister Yi rubbed her brows and, somewhat uncertain, said, "The only problem is that I can't temporarily recall in which book I've read this information." Actually, she was unsure whether she had read about it in her book. The knowledge about these symptoms had appeared in her mind very suddenly, just as though it wasn't originally part of her memory. "Really?" Song Shuhang said happily. "Fellow Daoist path-seeking scholar, if you don't mind, how about looking for that piece of knowledge together? I've brought several books with me as I came to the room in this passageway. Many of them contain information about theoretical knowledge and use of magical techniques. Therefore, we can look through the material and try to see whether we can find a case that is similar to yours," Senior Sister Yi said. "Thank you, Senior Sister Yi. But can I really read the books you have here?" Song Shuhang asked. After all, the content of all the books here present was related to cultivation. In the outside world, even ordinary and widespread techniques such as the flaming saber technique were worth several spirit stones of the third stage, and the content of the book Senior Sister Yi brought here was surely more valuable than something like the flaming saber technique. Senior Sister Yi nodded and said, "Now that I think about it, it's indeed a problem. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash." Thereupon, Senior Sister Yi started to rummage through the ocean of books all alone. "Right, I've already found your companion through a magical technique related to the shifting passageways of the Time City. I used the aura on the bandages to lock her position. It will take just a little bit to lead her here where we are," Senior Sister Yi said while quickly flipping the pages of the book she was holding. "Thank you, Senior Sister Yi," Song Shuhang said gratefully. Now that Chu-Chu was also safe, he could be at ease. Afterward, he squatted on one side, really itching to take a look at the book Senior Sister Yi was flipping through. Senior Sister Yi looked really happy while sitting amidst the ocean of books and flipping through the various books. He would have really liked to squat next to her and rummage through that huge amount of books, but it was a pity that he didn't have the qualifications to read the books present here. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Senior Sister Yi rummaged through the ocean of books for a long time. Then, she suddenly asked, "Fellow Daoist path-seeking scholar, to which sect do you belong to?" "I don't belong to any sect or school. I'm a loose cultivator," Song Shuhang said with a smile. "Eh? A loose cultivator?" Senior Sister Yi couldn't help but glance at Song Shuhang. Cultivators had their own methods to determine the age of a person. Therefore, she could easily tell that Song Shuhang wasn't even 20 years old yet. Nevertheless, he had already reached the second stage, third Dantian, a Dragon Claw Dantian realm. Moreover, the color of his mental energy was bronze. It was a sign that the strength of this mental energy had reached the third stage realm already. "Fellow Daoist path-seeking scholar, how about joining the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion then?" Senior Sister Yi's eyes lit up as she asked this question. "I thank Senior Sister Yi for her kind intentions, but I'm afraid I won't be able to join any sect or school in the near future, Song Shuhang politely refused. Ah, it's such a pity. If you were to join us, the crystal clear water Pavilion would surely put a lot of effort into training someone as talented as you, Senior Sister Yi said with a smile. Song Shuhang laughed bashfully. Actually, his natural talent was very average, and he had missed the best period to practice as well. Therefore, he wasn't a genius or anything. Senior Sister Yi had completely immersed herself in the ocean of books, incessantly flipping the pages of the various books. While she was calmly flipping through the books, Song Shuhang was squatting on one side and looking at her, somewhat bored. Since he had nothing to do, Song Shuhang started to quietly practice the steel hands technique and the immovable body of the Buddha. Right, fellow Daoist path-seeking scholar. Do you have a girlfriend? Senior Sister Yi suddenly asked out of curiosity. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 556, Then Become My Boyfriend. Chapter 556, Then Become My Boyfriend. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. A girlfriend? No, I don't have one. I'm still young, after all. Ha ha ha. Song Shuhang made a hollow laugh. Although our Shuhang was already in university, he was still single. It was truly a tragic and sad matter. You still don't have one? Senior Sister Yi covered her mouth and laughed. At this time, Song Shuhang felt as though Senior Sister Yi was taunting him. In that case, do you want to become my boyfriend? Senior Sister Yi stretched out her hand, pointing at herself and blinking her eyes. Ah? Song Shuhang was dumbstruck and wondered whether his hearing had problems. I said, how about becoming my boyfriend then? Senior Sister Yi said once again. Song Shuhang asked a stupid question in return, why? Song Shuhang didn't consider himself to be on par with those alpha Chinese main characters. Such being the case, why had Senior Sister Yi asked him on her own initiative to become his girlfriend? After all, they had met not too long ago. I feel that we are made for each other, and we also share the same hobby. Senior Sister Yi's eyes lit up as she continued, although I don't know the reason, I got the sudden urge to get into a relationship with you. It's a very strong feeling. The feeling she got was very sudden and strong. In the past, she had never considered the idea of getting into a relationship with someone, but now, this strong desire had suddenly manifested in her heart. The strong desire was almost like a fixation. If she had to get into a relationship with someone, it was better to find a person that had interests similar to hers, as well as the same hobbies. Such being the case, Song Shuhang just happened to be the perfect partner for her. At the very least, both of them liked to read books and had a common topic to talk about. They were like two kindred souls. Ah, but isn't that a bit too sudden? Song Shuhang forced a smile. He had a very favorable impression of Senior Sister Yi. She was a well-read girl with tastes similar to his, and it was pleasant to converse with her. But the two of them had just met, right? You have a point. It's indeed a bit sudden. Senior Sister Yi nodded and said. Then, she pondered for a moment and said, but if we get into a relationship, you won't be regarded a stranger anymore. Therefore, you will be able to read all the books here present. After saying this much, Senior Sister Yi stretched out her hands and pointed at the hundreds of thousands of books and cultivation-related materials lying inside the room. Song Shuhang forced a smile. Senior Sister, is it really all right for you to try to tempt me like that? After seeing Song Shuhang forcing a smile, Senior Sister Yi also realized that her attempt to entice him had been too direct. Therefore, she laughed embarrassedly. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Afterward, Senior Sister Yi kept looking through the books while Song Shuhang practiced. Anyway, fellow Daoist path-seeking scholar, have you really not considered it? I feel that we two are really suited for each other, Senior Sister Yi said. Maybe we can wait some time and try to understand each other better, becoming partners only afterward? Song Shuhang silently gazed at Senior Sister Yi. According to the information he obtained from the appraisal technique, Senior Sister Yi had two very positive nicknames. It seemed she was quite popular amongst the disciples of the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion. Song Shuhang was sure that if Senior Sister Yi stood in the middle of the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion and shouted, "I want a boyfriend," there would be dozens of male cultivators that would fight to the death to become her partners. Actually, Song Shuhang was really tempted to agree to her proposal just for the sake of reading those several 100,000 books. However, he decided against it because it would be an irresponsible thing to do. After all, becoming partners wasn't that different than becoming husband and wife. If he were to agree without properly thinking about it, other than being irresponsible, he would be unfair to Senior Sister Yi. Seeing Song Shuhang's embarrassed look, Senior Sister Yi blinked her eyes. Eh? Even slowly building our relationship is not good? Then, just as though she had realized something, she asked, "Fellow Daoist path-seeking scholar, is it possible that you like someone else?" "Do I like someone else?" Before becoming a cultivator, Song Shuhang was leading the life of a single, and his objective was to find a cute girlfriend during the 4 years of university. But after becoming a cultivator, he decided that it was better not to get into a relationship for the time being. As he saw it, cultivating was more important than getting a girlfriend. Even now, he was of the same idea. After stepping into the world of cultivation, Song Shuhang met several good-looking female cultivators. He had a good relationship with Soft Feather, 16, and Chu Chu, and had spent quite some time together with them. In addition, there were the pretty female seniors of the 9 provinces #1 group as well. However, he wasn't in that kind of relationship with any of them. He was nowhere close to becoming a partner with them. As such, Song Shuhang shook his head. "In that case, you should really give it a thought. We are currently in the lower cities of the Time City, and 12 days in here are equivalent to only 1 day in the outside world. Hence, we can spend a lot of time together here and get to know each other better. 1 year in this place is equivalent to only 1 month outside," Senior Sister Yi said. "I will give it a thought then." While he halfway through his sentence, Song Shuhang noticed that Senior Sister Yi's eye sockets had become red. Ah? Is Senior Sister Yi about to cry? Just as this thought flashed through Song Shuhang's mind, tears copiously flowed out of Senior Sister Yi's eyes, with teardrops falling incessantly. She really started crying. Sob, sob, sob tilde. Senior Sister Yi wiped away her tears and used a book to cover her face, starting to cry even more loudly. At the same time, she stretched out her hand and waved at Song Shuhang, saying, "Sob, sob, sob tilde, don't mind me. It's just that a sad feeling suddenly welled up in my heart, and I couldn't help but start crying. It doesn't have anything to do with you. Sob, sob, sob tilde. Fellow Daoist path-seeking scholar, please, don't mind me. Sob, sob, sob tilde. It really has nothing to do with you." What Senior Sister Yi said was the truth. The cultivation technique she practiced was the Tome of Never-Ending Tears, a technique that exclusively belonged to the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion. After successfully practicing the technique, the user would start crying for the strangest reasons. Sometimes, a certain word would suddenly strike her heart while reading, causing her to weep bitterly. Sometimes, she would suddenly associate someone's face with some other thing and start crying. Sometimes, she would start crying while conversing because a certain word moved her. The most wondrous thing was that she herself was unaware why these things were making her feel emotional. In short, whenever the thought of crying crossed her mind, regardless of the situation, she would start crying. Earlier, as soon as Song Shuhang said the word "I," it unknowingly struck her heart and triggered her reaction, making her burst into tears. The hyacinth-like and well-read girl cried aggrievedly. She was delicate and had a clear conscience, worthy of being called Sobbing Beauty. Song Shuhang. Senior Sister Yi really cries for the strangest reasons. However, she looked very cute when she was trying to comfort me while crying. Senior Sister Yi's charm increased by 100 points while she was crying. Then, as she revealed her slightly red eyes after crying, her charm increased by another 20 points. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Song Shuhang rubbed his brows and pondered the situation. Perhaps I can temporarily agree to Senior Sister Yi's request to get into a relationship. According to what she said, we won't become partners immediately, but we'll try to get to know each other better first, deciding only later what to do. Perhaps senior sister Yi would calm down after a few days and realize that Song Shuhang wasn't the best partner for her? Or perhaps it was something she had decided on a whim and would get bored of playing this husband and wife game after a few days and lose interest in him. Aside from that, a well-read girl like senior sister Yi that liked reading books and had the same hobbies as him indeed conformed to Song Shuhang's view of the ideal wife. Therefore, he wasn't too much against it. Maybe we can give it a try, senior sister Yi, Song Shuhang replied. Eh? Senior sister Yi Sai put down the book she was holding. At this time, the tear stains on her cheeks were still visible, and teardrops were incessantly falling from her eyes, making her look lovely. Song Shuhang said, perhaps we can try to understand each other better and see if we are indeed suited to become partners. Sure, let's give it a try. Senior sister Yi's eyes lit up. Soon after, she happily burst out in tears again and said, in that case, sob, sob, sob tilde we are officially dating now, sob, sob, sob tilde. Officially dating? Sure, no problem, Song Shuhang said with a smile. Let's try to get to know each other better then. Senior sister Yi wiped away her tears and said, right, Shuhang. Since we are just dating, we can't have sex yet. We would have to wait until we truly become husband and wife for that. Song Shuhang. Another thing, I think we should briefly introduce ourselves so that we can get to know each other better, senior sister Yi said as she knelt in front of Song Shuhang, just like those ancient people. All right. Song Shuhang copied senior sister Yi's posture and also knelt. I'll go first, all right? Senior sister Yi finished thinking about her speech and said, as I said before, I'm part of the disciples of the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion surnamed Yi, and my Dao name is Yi Sai. My teacher brought me to the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion when I was still a child. Therefore, my Dao name is the same as my personal name. I'm currently a cultivator of the 5th stage spiritual emperor realm, and my teacher, Chuyu Shengzhe, is the pavilion master of one of the branch pavilions of the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion, the Silver Moon Pavilion. The cultivation technique I practice is the Tome of Never-Ending Tears. As you can guess from the name, the reason I suddenly get sad and burst out into tears is related to this technique. However, the Tome of Never-Ending Tears is extremely powerful. Therefore, you'd better not underestimate me. My main hobby is reading books, and I really like to come to the lower cities of the Time City to read them. 12 days in here are equivalent to only 1 day in the outside world. With that, I can seize the opportunity to read many more books while I'm here. Of course, I can't neglect my practice, either. Otherwise, my teacher won't allow me to come to the lower city of the Time City anymore. Then, the things I like to eat the most are, and my best friends are. Senior sister Yi quickly introduced herself, wishing she could tell Shuhang about her whole life since the day she was born up until now. Song Shuhang silently nodded and kept in mind everything Yi Sai said. Alright, now it's your turn, senior sister Yi said as she blinked her eyes. She had told Song Shuhang everything about her, without leaving anything out. My personal name is Song Shuhang. As for my Dao name, Virtuous Buddhist Sabresman, Tyrannical Saber Song 1, Daoist Priest Wood, Beijing Street Sabresman, Scholar Mountain of Books, Path-Seeking Scholar, and Virtuous Cultivator. Song Shuhang said his 7 Dao names in one go. Senior sister Yi Sai blinked her eyes and said, your Dao name is very long. Song Shuhang changed his tone and said, no, these are my 7 Dao names. One for each day of the week. Senior sister Yi Sai. Is it possible that having more than 1 Dao name is a new trend in the world of cultivators? What a strange trend. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 557, Hugging Each Other and Crying. Chapter 557, Hugging Each Other and Crying. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. One for each day of the week? Does it mean that you have a different Dao name every single day during the course of the week? Isn't that rather tiresome? Senior Sister Yi asked. Aha, about that? I got used to it after a while. Song Shuhang forced a smile. Then, he continued with his self-introduction. He told her how his life as a cultivator began 3 months ago when he was added to the 9 Provinces #1 group by mistake. Afterward, he spoke how he managed to complete his 100 Days Foundation establishment thanks to the help of the seniors of the 9 Provinces #1 group. Then, he continued describing everything he went through during the following 2 or so months. Hold on. Senior Sister Yi suddenly asked, how much time has passed since you started cultivating? Song Shuhang replied, about 2 months, I guess. But if you add the time I've passed here in the lower cities of the Time City, it should be around 3 months. 3 months. Senior Sister Yi's eyes became red, and she burst out in tears. Song Shuhang was speechless. Just what had happened to Senior Sister Yi? Senior Sister Yi waved her hand and said, don't mind me, please, sob, sob, sob tilde you can continue with your introduction. Sob, sob, sob tilde a sad feeling suddenly welled up in my heart, and I couldn't help but cry. It's absolutely not because I've heard that you started cultivating just recently. I'm not sad for that reason, it's completely not your fault. Sob, sob, sob tilde. Song Shuhang. Shuhang felt that he had to adapt to her habit of suddenly bursting into tears if he wanted to pass the rest of his life with Yi Sai. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. After the brief self-introduction, the two of them now had a better understanding of the other one. Senior Sister Yi wiped away her tears and said, in that case, from today onwards, we should start dating and try to become partners, that kind of relationship where you have sex. Senior Sister, can you stop mentioning the word the sex every time? Anyway, now you can also read all the books here present. There is a huge number of books here, enough for you to read for a very long time. Senior Sister Yi smiled and stretched out her hands, pointing at the hundreds of thousands of books inside the room. Song Shuhang asked in puzzlement, eh? Is that all right? After all, we haven't become partners yet. The cultivation techniques, experiences, and knowledge that sects had accumulated over time were secret that had to be treasured and couldn't be passed down to outsiders. Even the disciples of the sect had to slowly make their own way if they wanted to get a hold of the cultivation techniques, experiences, and knowledge safeguarded in their sect. Yes, it's fine. The content of the books here present is not related to the cultivation techniques passed down in our crystal clear water pavilion. The content of the books is mostly related to theories, techniques, and cultivation experiences that are already widely known in the world of cultivators. As long as the two of us are fated to get into a serious relationship, you can also read these books, Senior Sister Yi replied. In other words, the hundreds of thousands of books present here were books about the general knowledge of the world of cultivators. The ancient world of cultivators was incredibly prosperous before the new wielder of the will brought disaster on it. Back then, some individuals gathered all the valuable knowledge and cultivation-related experiences and orderly arranged them into volumes, allowing all the people in the world of cultivators to read them in exchange for a large number of spirit stones. It was one of the best periods for loose cultivators. I see. After hearing this much, Song Shuhang was much more relieved and casually picked a book from the many lying around. There were 4 words written on the cover of the book. The words were written using an ancient language that Song Shuhang couldn't understand. But as soon as he looked at the 4 words, the true chi inside his body surged and moved according to the pattern drawn by the words. Then, just like that, he was able to read and understand the meaning of the 4 words. Tome of Never-Ending Tears. F*CK. Isn't this the cultivation technique that Senior Sister Yi is practicing? Senior Sister Yi, you placed the book of this cultivation technique here by mistake. Song Shuhang quickly returned the Tome of Never-Ending Tears to Senior Sister Yi. One had to pay a big price if they were to casually look at the unique cultivation techniques of other sects, and Song Shuhang had no intention of getting involved in such a troublesome matter. Path-seeking scholar, you can just call me Yi Sai. We are partners now, well, still dating actually, but it's the type of relationship where one ends up having sex. Senior Sister Yi said earnestly. Afterward, she stretched her hand and took the tome of Never-Ending Tears, returning it to Song Shuhang after glancing at it. Question mark. Song Shuhang. The tome of Never-Ending Tears isn't really a secret technique of the Crystal Clear Water Pavilion. It's something my teacher and I created together. It's a tailor-made cultivation technique just for me. Although it's not complete yet, it can allow the user to reach the 6th stage realm. Anyway, it's a cultivation technique that belongs to me. Therefore, you can borrow it as long as you have my permission, Senior Sister Yi said complacently. An exclusive, tailor-made cultivation technique. Tailor-made cultivation techniques were perhaps not comparable to top-notch cultivation techniques. However, they were surely the most suitable for the user and could allow one to bring into full play their skills. No wonder Senior Sister Yi placed the book related to this cultivation technique directly amidst the ocean of books. But wasn't it a bit too coincidental that I casually picked up a book and it turned out to be the Tome of Never-Ending Tears? Do you want to take a look at the cultivation technique? Perhaps you can understand me better by taking a look at it. After all, from a certain point of view, the Tome of Never-Ending Tears is like a small biography of my life, Senior Sister Yi said with a smile. Song Shuhang shot her a glance and opened the Tome of Never-Ending Tears. The words used to describe the cultivation technique resembled Chinese characters, but at the same time, they were somewhat different. Just like with the 4 words of the title, as soon as Song Shuhang looked at the content of the Tome of Never-Ending Tears, the true qi in his body slowly started to surge. Then, he began to understand the content of the Tome of Never-Ending Tears as though it was something natural. First page. Song Shuhang had just shot a glance at the first page of the tome when a sad feeling welled up in his heart. The sad feeling was incredibly strong. Song Shuhang started to recall various trivial matters that happened to him from his childhood up until now. For example, when his elder sister Yaya stole his candies, when he tripped and fell while running, when a large hole suddenly appeared next to him, when he almost choked while eating, when a group of people started chasing him for unknown reasons and wanted to kill him, when his mental energy sharply increased and his constitution couldn't keep up with it anymore, or when his body started to spurt out blood. Countless sad memories gathered together and simultaneously attacked Song Shuhang's spirit. Soon after, he felt a lump in his throat and his eye sockets reddened. He felt incredibly sad at this time. Immediately after, tears started to stream down his cheeks, without any sign of stopping. Sob, sob, sob tilde I'm so sad. Why am I so sad tilde Song Shuhang knelt on the ground and shouted, my life up until now has been simply a tragedy, totally miserable. Why have I been living such a life up until now? Just what's the point of keep living in this world? Sob, sob, sob. I feel as though I have been living a super unhappy life all along. Sob, sob, sob tilde. Wait a moment. Just what the hell am I saying? Why did I suddenly get depressed? How can a little bit of misfortune stop me? I'm iron-willed Song Shuhang. The depression won't easily defeat my will. However, he still felt quite sad. Song Shuhang felt as though his will had separated from his body. Although his will was as strong as iron, his body was unexpectedly weak and couldn't keep up. At last, he burst into tears and cried copiously, looking very aggrieved. His tears fell incessantly, just as though they were raindrops, and soaked the ground below. Senior Sister Yi quickly said, Path-seeking scholar, don't cry so aggrievedly. If you keep crying like that, you'll affect me as well. I know. Senior Sister Yi, I know, sob, sob, sob tilde, but I just can't stop. It's so embarrassing, sob, sob, sob tilde and so sad. The sadness is simply too much. I, too, would like to stop, but my body just isn't listening to me. The sound of Song Shuhang's crying was getting louder and louder. The more he was embarrassed, the more loudly he was crying. His sense of shame became another source of energy for his sadness. This is bad. I need to drink more water. I've lost a lot of body fluids lately. Be it blood or tears, both are out of control recently and flow incessantly. Sob, sob, sob tilde path-seeking scholar. Stop crying. Oh, no. Now I also feel like crying. After seeing Song Shuhang cry, senior sister Yi was also infected and couldn't help but weep. It was like, if you cry, I'll also cry. Hearing Shuhang cry like that made senior sister Yi feel very sad. Of course, senior sister Yi crying sound also made it so that Song Shuhang cried even more aggrievedly. In the end, the two of them hugged each other and cried bitterly. Their cries only contributed to making the other person sadder, making it more and more difficult for them to stop. As a result, the duo hugged each other and leaned against each other's shoulder. Senior sister Yi's tears soaked Song Shuhang's shoulder. Song Shuhang's tears also soaked senior sister Yi's shoulder. It's bad. Not only my tears are flowing out, but even my nasal mucus is. If I lean against senior sister Yi's shoulder like this, I'll dirty her clothes. The experience just now was bound to become one of the most embarrassing and darkest parts of his life. It was very likely that he would want to crawl into a hole whenever he thought about this scene in the future. Stop! Stupid tears, stop! But I feel really sad. I just can't stop. Moreover, the more I'm crying, the more I feel free from worries. It feels as though all the pressure I was feeling was expelled through the tears. Forget it. It's not like it's a crime for a man to cry. As long as no one sees this scene, it's all good, Song Shuhang thought to himself. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Tilda, a little bird made of bandages, entered the library room through the open door. Immediately after the little bird, a beautiful leg wrapped in black stocking appeared before Song Shuhang's eyes. Miss Choo Choo was finally here. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Choo Choo had come here by following the little bird made of bandages. Earlier this morning, she teamed up with Song Shuhang and started to explore the lower city in order to find an exit. But as they were exploring the place, they suddenly separated. Later, a little bird made of blood-soaked bandages came to look for her. She immediately recognized the bandages as the ones she had wrapped around Song Shuhang's hand. After all, there was the Made in Chu family writing on them. Choo Choo was very worried at that time and feared that something had happened to Song Shuhang. Thereupon, she immediately followed after the little bird and came to this place. But just as she arrived at the destination, she saw Song Shuhang hugging a girl with a scholarly aura while kneeling on the ground and crying bitterly. From where she was standing, she could see an incredible amount of tears streaming down Song Shuhang's face, and even his nasal mucus was about to come out. Miss Choo Choo was speechless. She opened her mouth and tried to speak. However, she didn't know what she should say at this time. Should she come up with something to comfort fellow Daoist Shuhang and the well-read girl? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 558, Running for 5,000 meters on 4 limbs. Chapter 558, Running for 5,000 meters on 4 limbs. Translator, Godbrandy. Editor, Karisu. You two can continue. I'll see myself out. Choo Choo decided to play it safe and not get involved with whatever Song Shuhang and the well-read girl were doing. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and called out, "Sob, sob, sob tilde Miss Choo Choo, wait a moment. Sob, sob, sob tilde, it's not as you think. You are definitely misunderstanding the situation." Given Choo Choo's vigilant look, it was very likely that she had misunderstood what was going on. In that case, why is a big man like you crying so aggrievedly? Choo Choo stopped in her tracks. However, her body still unconsciously leaned toward the exit of the library. It's the effect of a cultivation technique. Sob, sob, sob tilde, due to it, I can't help but cry, Song Shuhang replied. Choo Choo paused for a moment and asked out of curiosity, in that case, why is the fairy maiden next to you also crying? Senior Sister Yi took the initiative to reply, sob, sob, sob tilde, it's because fellow Daoist path-seeking scholar and I are dating. After seeing him cry so aggrievedly, I couldn't help but cry myself. Sob, sob, sob tilde. Dating? Choo Choo counted on her fingers, trying to calculate how much time had passed since she had separated from Song Shuhang. They had separated for a rather short amount of time. And during such a short amount of time, Song Shuhang and the well-read fairy maiden started dating. Casanova, impregnating touch, walking debauchery, and other fancy words resurfaced in Chu Chu's mind. However, she quickly shook her head and cast these thoughts aside. After all, it wasn't her first time dealing with Song Shuhang. Therefore, she had an idea of his character. Nevertheless, the fact that Song Shuhang and that well-read fairy maiden, who seemed incredibly strong, had started dating so suddenly gave Chu Chu quite the shock. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Half an hour later, Song Shuhang and senior sister Yi finally stopped crying. Little friend Shuhang was exhausted both in mind and body. Since the day he was born up until now, he had never cried for so long and shed so many tears. After a short rest, the trio decided to avoid talking about what happened earlier. To make things less awkward, senior sister Yi decided to instruct Song Shuhang and Chu Chu during their practice. After all, senior sister Yi was an expert of the 5th stage spiritual emperor realm. Moreover, she wasn't an ordinary 5th stage spiritual emperor. She was a very talented cultivator that had created a tailor-made cultivation technique for herself with the help of her teacher. She had a great knowledge when it came to cultivation techniques, martial skills, magical techniques, and techniques to operate one's true qi and spiritual energy, with her expertise in regards to skills that exclusively belonged to her being even higher. Listening to senior sister Yi's suggestions greatly benefited Chu Chu. After a short moment, Chu Chu silently moved to one side, starting to ponder over the newly obtained information. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Next, senior sister Yi helped Song Shuhang with his cultivation. However, she rubbed her brows immediately after, somewhat worried. Although Song Shuhang knew only a bunch of cultivation techniques and martial skills, he had already reached the master level in most of them. Basic Buddhist fist technique, immovable body of the Buddha, inverted scale saber technique, virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk, 33 divine beasts technique, whale swallowing technique, lightning palm, all the above-mentioned cultivation techniques and martial skills were already at the master level. Therefore, she could help Song Shuhang only with the steel hands technique that he had just started practicing and that weird holy light sword technique. There weren't many things she could help Song Shuhang with when it came to cultivation techniques. She could only tell him about some little tricks, and that was it. For example, how to use the minimum quantity of true qi to obtain the best effects while using saber qi and the likes. Or how to take advantage of the explosive power of one's true qi while using the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk to increase both the speed and efficiency of the footwork. These not too showy small tricks were the essence of the knowledge countless senior cultivators had accumulated in the past. Perhaps the proper use of these small tricks could make the difference between life and death, or victory and defeat at the crucial moment. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. After the practice, Song Shuhang and senior sister Yi started to rummage through the ocean of books once more in the hope of finding a method to stop Song Shuhang from spurting out blood from all over the body while using the appraisal technique. Chu Chu didn't touch any of the books. Since she was a girl, she was unable to become senior sister Yi's boyfriend and thus didn't have the qualifications to look at the books inside the room. Thereupon, she decided to quietly move to one side and rest, playing the part of the third wheel. She was very curious as to how things between Song Shuhang and senior sister Yi would evolve. Unfortunately, perhaps because she was such a glaring third wheel, there wasn't any development between Song Shuhang and senior sister Yi. The two of them squatted down amidst the ocean of books while holding thick books in their hands, reading them with great interest. Only when they were exchanging books would they give each other a knowing smile. Aside from that, the duo didn't get any more intimate. The slow development made the nearby Chu Chu somewhat anxious. Should I go to the room next door so that the relationship between fellow Daoist Shuhang and senior sister Yi can advance further? Chu Chu thought to herself. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. The next day, early morning. It had been 37 days since Song Shuhang and Chu Chu had entered the Time City. Song Shuhang opened his eyes. For days should have already passed in the outside world, right? Song Shuhang was now sure that Pavilion Master Chu had really forgotten about the fact that he and Chu Chu were in the Time City. Such being the case, he would seize the opportunity and practice here for a few more days. After all, it was a very good place to practice. But right at this time, the muffled sound of a sob reached his ears. Is Senior Sister Yi crying? It's still early morning. What did she think of that she started crying so early? Thereupon, Song Shuhang turned his head around. Immediately after, he saw that Senior Sister Yi was curled up like a small cat, sobbing from time to time. It seemed she was having a nightmare. Given her realm, Yi Sai didn't really need to sleep. But yesterday, after seeing that Song Shuhang had gone to sleep, she randomly found a place and lay down, resting a bit. After falling asleep, she unexpectedly had a dream, something she hadn't had in ages. Hey, Senior, Yi Sai, wake up! Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and gently shook Senior Sister Yi. Senior Sister Yi opened her eyes and sobbed a few times. Afterward, she said embarrassedly, was I crying? Yes. Senior, Yi Sai, what did you dream about? Song Shuhang asked. Senior Sister Yi pondered for a moment and forced a smile, saying, it was a rather inconceivable dream. In the dream, it felt as though the world was ending. Cultivators were brutally killing each other, and there was destruction everywhere. I haven't had a dream for a very long time. But now, I suddenly had this strange dream. It was rather heartbreaking. It was a nightmare then, Song Shuhang said softly. Yes, but I feel much better after crying, Senior Sister Yi said with a smile, stretching herself. Tears were the best way to release the pent-up emotion within one's heart. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Song Shuhang and the others ate lamb-flavored fasting pills for breakfast. Afterward, Shuhang and Chu Chu started their daily practice with Senior Sister Yi supervising them. Within just a day, Chu Chu's swordsmanship had reached new heights, and her understanding of basic saber techniques had also reached the beginner level, with Song Shuhang's gains being even higher. After practice, Chu Chu found an excuse to temporarily leave the library room, giving Song Shuhang and Senior Sister Yi the possibility to spend some time together. Unfortunately, Song Shuhang and Senior Sister Yi didn't really think about the fact that a man and a woman were inside the room all alone. Senior Sister Yi happily dove into the ocean of books, holding a thick book in her hands and reading it with great interest. On the other hand, Song Shuhang took a horse-type spirit beast crystal out of his size-reducing purse. He had obtained this horse-type spirit beast crystal from that stallion spirit that had tried to kidnap Lady Onion back then. The rank of the spirit beast crystal was quite low, only of the second stage rank. Back then, the stallion spirit must have really given his best to gather so many low-level spirit beast crystal of the second stage. Eating the crystal was equivalent to absorbing the energy of a spirit stone of the second stage. At this time, the strength of Song Shuhang's constitution had increased and was basically approaching the peak of the second stage realm, while his mental energy had already reached the third stage rank. He had managed to open his third Dantian, the Dragon Claw Dantian, recently. Thanks to that, he didn't have to worry about his body suddenly exploding due to the excessive amount of true qi. At this time, aside from his glabella hurting due to the extra amount of mental energy, his body didn't have any other problem. Such being the case, he could try to use the whale swallowing technique to eat spirit beast crystal once more, fully developing the embryonic form of the pseudo-innate true qi inside his sea of qi dantian. Since the spirit beast crystal the stallion spirit gave him was of the second stage rank, Shuhang could eat it without problems. The only thing he didn't know was whether the horse-type spirit beast crystal would influence his mental energy as well. Just as he was in deep thoughts, Song Shuhang's heart jumped. In the next moment, blood spurted out of the right hand he was using to hold the spirit beast crystal. 2 small but very painful wounds had appeared on it. Song Shuhang clenched his teeth. Afterward, runes emerged from his eyes and fell on the spirit beast crystal, forming the picture of a clock. After a short moment, they returned to Song Shuhang's eyes. It's a horse-type spirit beast crystal of the second stage rank. It can be eaten through the whale swallowing technique and can slightly strengthen the constitution, increase the quantity of true qi, and further developed the pseudo-innate true qi. After eating it with the whale swallowing technique, the quickest way to absorb it is to run for 5,000 meters on 4 limbs. Song Shuhang. Path-seeking scholar, did you get injured? Senior Sister Yi put down the book she was reading and ran to Song Shuhang's side, using a healing technique to treat his wounds. You don't need to worry, Senior Yi Sai. It's just a small wound, Song Shuhang said with a smile. He didn't need a healing technique to cure wounds of such degree. He could heal them within a minute by relying on the strength of his constitution alone. Did the appraisal technique activate? Fairy Yi Sai asked. Yes. Song Shuhang nodded. Fairy Yi Sai sighed and said, it seems we need to quickly find a way to deal with the after effects of this secret technique. Otherwise, I fear that you might truly die if you end up appraising something too strong someday. Song Shuhang forced a smile. At this time, Shuhang was really scared of tripping and falling to the ground. Because if he were to touch the ground with his hands, appraising either the Time City or the meteoroid below, he would die for sure. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 559, Swordsman Wooden Ox's Gloves of Passion. Chapter 559, Swordsman Wooden Ox's Gloves of Passion. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Should I consider wearing gloves from now on? Song Shuhang thought to himself. According to the information he had gathered up until now, his hands had to touch the object to appraise in order to trigger the secret technique. Then, just as his vision concentrated on the item, or he wondered about its characteristics, there was a very large probability that the appraisal technique would activate. Since touching the object with his fingers was one of the main conditions to trigger the appraisal technique, perhaps he could reduce the chances of the secret technique activating if he was wearing a pair of gloves and thus not directly touching the object in question. At most, he would receive a small wound while wearing the gloves, which he could easily endure. Perhaps it could really work. What are you thinking about? Senior Sister Yi asked after seeing Song Shuhang's pensive look. Thereupon, Song Shuhang told Senior Sister Yi about what he was thinking just now. Gloves? If you need them, I just happen to have a pair of gloves here with me. I have no idea where these gloves come from, but I found them next to me when I came out of secluded meditation 1 month ago. Since I found the whole thing quite strange, I decided to pick them up and keep them. Come, give them a try and see if they fit your hands, Senior Sister Yi said and stretched out her hand, placing it on her bracelet. In the next moment, she took a pair of white gloves from inside the bracelet. The bracelet was a space-related magical treasure, an incredibly valuable item. An ordinary 5th stage spiritual emperor wouldn't be able to obtain such an item even if they were to sell their whole property. Anyway, a pair of old-looking gloves appeared before Song Shuhang's eyes. The pair of gloves wasn't a magical treasure. Therefore, Senior Sister Yi gifted them to Shuhang. Thank you, Senior Yi Sai. I'll give them a try. Song Shuhang happily took the pair of white gloves and prepared to appraise them. However, the appraisal technique didn't activate this time. Apparently, it disliked this pair of gloves and felt that they weren't worth appraising. Song Shuhang. Are you making fun of me? Earlier, you continuously activated on your own. But now that I'm trying to activate you of my own volition, you are ignoring me. Song Shuhang started to recall the scene of the 88,888 voices speaking in his mind, stubbornly staring at the pair of gloves. At the same time, he silently thought in his heart, I'm really curious about this pair of gloves. I really wonder what's their story and what they're made of. After a short moment, the appraisal technique activated, and several light wounds appeared around the wrist place of his right arm. The bandages wrapped around his right arm were dyed red with blood, and the pain was propagated to the rest of his body through his nerves, making Song Shuhang clench his teeth. After that, runes rushed out of Shuhang's eyes and fell on the gloves, forming the picture of a clock. The hands of the clock turned counterclockwise and returned to Song Shuhang's immediately after. The gloves of passion. It's a pair of gloves that a swordsman nicknamed Wooden Ox lost in the crystal clear water pavilion 600 years ago. His lover, Fairy Yi, wove the silk of the ice silkworm into a pair of gloves. As a consequence, every inch of the gloves is full of the love Fairy Yi had for him. The user's luck will increase after wearing them. A pair of gloves that his lover made for him. That swordsman Wooden Ox must have been so scared of his lover that he probably knelt on the washboard for a whole day after he carelessly lost them, right? Wait a moment. It seems it's trendy to kneel on diamond-hard durians as a punishment in the world of cultivators. Song Shuhang remembered that a senior of the 9 Provinces #1 group had once posted a piece of news related to the world of cultivators in the group. According to the content of the news, the sect master of one of the 4 great sword sects, the Southern Eternal Sword Sect, quarreled with his wife. The sect master used harsh words and wanted to break up with her, but in the end, he had to kneel for a whole day on a diamond-hard durian as a punishment. Song Shuhang didn't have any idea as to what these diamond-hard durians looked like, but they should be way scarier than ordinary durian fruits. The pain transmitting from his wrist made Song Shuhang clench his teeth, allowing him to return to his senses. At the same time, he thought to himself, this pair of gloves is something swordsman Wooden Ox forgot here in the crystal clear water pavilion when he came as a guest 600 years ago, but why did they suddenly appear next to Senior Sister Yi a month ago? Moreover, Senior Sister Yi doesn't seem to know the origin of these gloves, either. After reaching this conclusion, Song Shuhang didn't ponder the matter further. He quickly wore the gloves of passion. The size was perfect. It seemed that the hands of swordsman Wooden Ox were precisely as big as Shuhang's. Such being the case, Song Shuhang decided to be impolite and keep the gloves of passion. If he were to meet senior swordsman Wooden Ox someday in the future after he had left the crystal clear water pavilion, he would remember to return the gloves to him. The gloves of passion were made from the silk of the ice silkworm and were extremely light, almost weightless. Song Shuhang tried to move his fingers while wearing the pair of gloves and noticed that they hardly hindered his movements. The only drawback was that the temperature of the gloves was rather low, and his hands would become numb after wearing them for a long time. These gloves are pretty good, Song Shuhang said in praise. Senior Sister Yi smiled and narrowed her eyes. Although she practiced the tome of never-ending tears, she was a very cheerful girl that loved smiling. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. After wearing the gloves, Song Shuhang tried to touch objects in the surrounding area such as the table lamp, the floor, the stool, rocks, and so on. Afterward, he took out of his size-reducing purse the spirit-binding ice bead, all sorts of medicinal pills and talismans, the silver dragon puppet, and other items, touching them with his hands. There wasn't any reaction after touching the spirit-binding ice bead. There wasn't any reaction after touching medicinal pills and talismans. And there wasn't any reaction after touching the silver dragon puppet, either. Even after he had touched all the items inside the size-reducing purse, the appraisal technique didn't show any sign of activating. It works! Song Shuhang said happily. He wasn't sure if the gloves could completely stop the appraisal technique from starting. However, it seemed they drastically reduced the probability of it activating. Such being the case, it was better if he kept them on before finding a way to permanently prevent the appraisal technique from making him spurt blood from all over the body. Of course, he could take them off if there was an emergency. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Around 5 minutes later. Song Shuhang was now holding in his hand the horse-type spirit beast crystal, wiping it clean since he was about to eat it with the whale-swallowing technique. On one side, Senior Sister Yi was curiously looking at Song Shuhang, who was preparing to use the whale-swallowing technique. She was very curious about this cultivation technique that could allow the user to eat and absorb spirit beast crystals. Moreover, with her being there, she could promptly help Song Shuhang if something unexpected were to happen while he was using the whale-swallowing technique. Song Shuhang adjusted his state and tried to be at his best. Afterward, he put the horse-type spirit beast crystal in his mouth. After the activation of the whale-swallowing technique, Song Shuhang's teeth became capable of biting the spirit beast crystal to pieces, and his stomach and digestive system capable of absorbing the spirit beast crystal. Aside from that, it was possible to flawlessly lead the energy inside the Spirit Beast crystal into one's Dantian through the technique. While practicing the whale swallowing technique, Song Shuhang had always been wondering if he could use it to bite people other than eating and absorbing Spirit Beast crystals. After all, Shuhan's teeth turned as hard as a treasured weapon after the usage of the technique. If he were to bite the enemy, it wouldn't be a problem to chew away their flesh. Of course, such a technique wasn't truly a good sight to behold. Therefore, it was better not to use it if possible. Crack, crack, crack tilde. The hard Spirit Beast crystal was bitten to pieces just like that. Chew, chew, chew tilde. Gulp tilde? This time, it tasted like roasted meat. The taste was somewhat astringent, I guess? Song Shuhang muttered to himself. The previous time, when he ate the shark-type Spirit Beast crystal, it tasted like raw fish. And when he ate the sheep-type Spirit Beast crystal while dreaming, it tasted like lamb chops. Such being the case, was the taste he felt just now the taste of roasted horse meat? The nearby senior sister Yi exclaimed, "You really ate it!" It looked rather incredible. It was very difficult to extract the spiritual energy within Spirit Beast crystals. But now, she witnessed that it was possible to make use of them by simply heating them. The senior that created the 33 Divine Beasts technique must have been a very talented person. Shuhang, although you managed to bite to pieces the Spirit Beast crystal and eat it, it's still a piece of crystal in the end. Won't it give you indigestion later? What if it gives you diarrhea as well? Senior Sister Yi asked. She was pondering about this matter from an academic point of view. Song Shuhang. Why is everyone asking me if I'll have diarrhea after they see me use the whale swallowing technique to eat Spirit Beast crystals? First, it was Senior Phoenix Slayer that asked this question. Now, it was Senior Sister Yi. In the end, Song Shuhang forced a smile and shook his head, saying, "The whale swallowing technique can allow me to completely digest the Spirit Beast crystal. There won't be pieces left behind in my stomach that would cause me trouble." So that's how it was. Senior Sister Yi nodded. The whale swallowing technique was activated, and everything proceeded without a hitch. Song Shuhang didn't dare to be careless and sat cross-legged, operating the 33 Divine Beasts technique to lead the spiritual energy inside the Spirit Beast crystal to his Dantian. At the same time, he guided the Glorigin True Chi inside the horse-type Spirit Beast crystal as well, making it mix with the embryonic form of the innate True Chi in his Dantian. The whole process proceeded well, and aside from the place between his eyebrows hurting due to the excessive amount of mental energy, nothing unexpected happened. In the end, the small illusory figure of a horse appeared next to the embryonic form of the innate True Chi in Song Shuhag's Sea of Chi Dantian. Afterward, it circled the embryonic form of the innate True Chi together with the figures of the shark and sheep, revolving around it. Song Shuhang opened his eyes. Now, he had to do one last thing. After eating it with the whale swallowing technique, the quickest way to absorb it is to run for 5,000 meters on 4 limbs. Do I really have to do that? It was a rather embarrassing thing to do, especially with Senior Sister Yi still there. However, there were many passageways and rooms in the lower cities of the Time City. Song Shuhang could quietly find a lonely place and run on 4 limbs in there. Thereupon, Song Shuhang stood up and said to the nearby Senior Sister Yi, "Yi Sai, I'm going out to exercise a bit. I'll come back in a while." He just had to run for 5,000 meters, and even if he had to do it on 4 limbs, it wouldn't take him more than a few minutes if he were to do it quickly. Be careful on the road. Right, carry this badge with you. You don't have to worry about losing your way if you have it, Senior Sister Yi said as she passed Song Shuhang a button-sized badge. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Song Shuhang took the badge and left Senior Sister Yi's private library room. After walking straight in the passageway, he arrived at what resembled a huge arena. The arena was very big, basically the same as the racetracks in schools. Completing 1 lap around the arena should be comparable to running for 300 to 400 meters. It should take me around 20 laps to completely digest the Spirit Beast crystal. Song Shuhang placed both his hands and feet on the ground. It wasn't that easy to run while maintaining this posture. Perhaps I should try to leap around like a cheetah? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 560, Broadcasting the Practice of Senior Sister Yi's Partner. Chapter 560, Broadcasting the Practice of Senior Sister Yi's Partner. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. Song Shuhang placed both his hands on the ground and stuck his butt up. In the next moment, he jumped up. According to Song Shuhang's imagination, his current posture was like that of a cheetah and was full of explosive power. But in truth, his current posture wasn't appealing in the least. He didn't resemble a cheetah at all while he was propping himself up with his hands and jumping around. On the contrary, he looked more like an amphibian excelling at swimming. It was the difference between the three following point of views: what you look like in someone else's eyes, what you look like in your own eyes, and what you actually look like. Anyway, regardless of Song Shuhang's current posture, he was the only person inside the huge arena. Since there was no one around, he could be at ease and jump around without a care. He could leap around in any way he wanted. After all, he just had to run for 5,000 meters with both his hands and feet simultaneously touching the ground to completely absorb the energy inside the Spirit Beast crystal. After madly dashing about, or rather, leaping around, for approximately 200 meters, Song Shuhang finally got used to running on four limbs. His speed was getting faster and faster as he was running, and after running for another 200 meters, Song Shuhang started to apply a few small tricks belonging to the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk footwork to his current set of movements. Grasping a cultivation technique didn't mean using a fixed set of movements rigidly. The more one was skilled in the usage of the technique, the more they could make a variegated use of it. Then, after reaching a high enough comprehension, they could assimilate the knowledge inside the technique and make it their own. Song Shuhang's speed got faster and faster, and as he got used to running in that posture. What the mysterious appraisal technique told him earlier wasn't wrong. While he was running on his four limbs, the energy of the horse-type Spirit Beast crystal inside him quickly started to merge with the rest of his body. Although he didn't know why or how it was happening, he felt that what he was currently doing was very effective. I should accelerate a bit. I only have to run for 5,000 meters, it shouldn't take me too much, Song Shuhang muttered to himself. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Next door, inside Senior Sister Yi's library. At this time, Fairy Yi Sai wasn't reading books. Instead, she was assembling a small magical treasure. It was a mirror-type magical treasure with 8 trigrams engraved on the back. Senior Sister Yi was currently installing several accessories on it. This gadget was very similar to the 8-trigram information collecting formation used in the hand-guided tractor competition to broadcast the race to the rest of the world. The only difference was that the version Senior Sister Yi had with her was several times smaller and less powerful. It's finally finished, and only one last step is left, Senior Sister Yi said softly. The magical treasure had the ability to lock the position of the badge Song Shuhang was wearing. It was possible to produce a resonance between Song Shuhang and the magical treasure. With that, there was no need to worry about him losing his way even if the passageways of the Time City were to shift. However, she still had to activate both the magical treasure she had assembled and the badge Song Shuhang was wearing. Thereupon, Senior Sister Yi entered the following information in the small magical treasure. Petition to activate the locating badge and the locating mirror. Dao name of the owner of the badge. 1. Virtuous Buddhist Sabresman. 2. Tyrannical Saber Song 1. 3. Daoist Priest Wood. 4. Beijing Street Sabresman. 5. A Scholar Mountain of Books. 6. A Path-Seeking Scholar. 7. Virtuous Cultivator. Note, the above-mentioned Dao names all belong to the same person. Status. 1. A guest of the crystal clear water pavilion that was personally led to the Time City by the pavilion master. 2. My partner. Name of the petitioner, Yi Sai. After writing the message, Senior Sister Yi gently tapped with her finger and submitted the information to the control center through the locating mirror. It was the last step necessary to activate the locating mirror and the locating badge. In the next moment, the petition was submitted to the monitoring hall of the Time City through Yi Sai's locating mirror. Later, the cultivators on duty in the monitoring hall of the Time City would take a look at the petition and determine the status of the owner of the badge through the submitted information, activating the two magical treasures. It was a system that allowed them to manage the Time City with ease. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Soon after Fairy Yi Sai submitted the information related to Song Shuhang's badge to the control center, the person on duty in the monitoring hall of the Time City received them. The person in charge today was a female cultivator of the 5th stage rank who just happened to be Fairy Yi Sai's junior sister. Eh? According to this petition, the owner of the badge has 7 Dao names. That's quite something, the female cultivator said with a smile. Then, she looked at the remaining part of the information. So it was guessed that the pavilion master led to the Time City personally. It seems they got inside the city directly and didn't go through the guarded entrance. Jay? Wait a moment. What does my partner mean? The petitioner is Senior Sister Yi Sai. Is it possible that the newly arrived guest is Senior Sister Yi Sai's partner? Weird, since when does Senior Sister Yi Sai have a partner? The girl was totally oblivious to this fact. Let alone she, the whole crystal clear water pavilion was unaware that that sobbing beauty of the crystal clear water pavilion had found a partner. It was an explosive piece of news. The female cultivator first activated the locating mirror and the locating badge. Let me lock his position and see where Senior Sister Yi's partner is. If I can find out what he's doing, even better. The female cultivator started to fiddle with the 8 trigram mirror magical treasure on one side. At the same time, another thought flashed through her mind. It's such an explosive piece of news. I have to let the whole crystal clear water pavilion know about it. It would be selfish of me to keep it to myself. Thereupon, the female cultivator used her other hand to operate another mirror-like magical treasure next to her. The mirror-like magical treasure on the left side could lock the position of the owner of the badge, Song Shuhang in this case. Then, the person in charge of the monitoring hall could, after receiving the permission of the owner of the badge, see the owner of the badge and the area around them through the mirror-like magical treasure. On the contrary, the mirror-like magical treasure on the right side was linked to the large screens arranged in all the important parts of the crystal clear water pavilion. The large screens were originally used in case of emergency. But later, people slowly started to use them to issue important news. Linking process completed. Now, I only need to send a request to Senior Sister Yi's partner to link his position to the screens. The female cultivator fiddled with the control panel and sent a request to create a connection with Song Shuhang's badge. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Song Shuhang, who was currently madly dashing about, discovered that the button-sized badge on his chest started to emit a red light. What's happening? Song Shuhang stretched out his hand while running and pressed on the button-sized badge. After a short moment, the badge stopped flashing. Strange, what's happening? Song Shuhang was very confused. He had been counting the distance he had traveled in his mind, and he still had to run for another 3,000 meters to completely absorb the energy of the Spirit Beast crystal. After he was done running, he would ask Senior Sister Yi why the badge was emitting red light earlier. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Inside the monitoring hall of the Time City. The eyes of the female cultivator lit up as she said, the connection was established. Senior Sister Yi's partner is truly amazing. After all, not everyone was willing to let other people peep at what they were doing, even if it was only for a few minutes. After saying this much, she smiled and locked Song Shuhang's position. In the next moment, wave-like ripples appeared on the 8 trigram mirror on the left side. Slowly, a blurry figure appeared in the mirror. From the looks of it, the figure was in the midst of practice. It seemed that Senior Sister Yi's partner was a very hard-working man. The picture reflected in the mirror slowly started to become clear. In the meantime, the female cultivator operated the 8 trigram mirror on the right side and synchronized the picture appearing on the 2 mirrors. While she was at it, she gave a title to the broadcast. broadcasting the scene of Senior Sister Yi's partner's painstaking practice. Clothes made a man, and a title made the news. An eye-catching title was bound to attract the highest number of people. The disciples of the crystal clear water pavilion, which were either practicing or resting, stopped what they were doing, and their vision concentrated on the explosive title displayed on the large screens arranged everywhere in the crystal clear water pavilion. The blurry picture of a man, seemingly in the midst of practicing, appeared on the screens. After a short moment, the picture started to become clearer. The scene of Senior Sister Yi's partner practicing? At what time the miracle tears of our crystal clear water pavilion got a partner? What kind of joke is this? Which bastard managed to conquer her heart and become her partner? Show yourself and let us see your face. Don't blame us for cutting you to pieces if you anger us. Very soon, the picture on the screen finally became clear. The man that appeared on the screen had delicate features, as well as a gentle-looking face. It was difficult for such a gentle-looking person to provoke the anger of others. At this time, the young man was quickly running on his full limbs. Sometimes, his hind legs would slightly bend and look as though he was crawling at a very fast speed. Other times, he would start jumping up, springing around the arena. Even while springing around, he would do it in several different ways. Sometimes, he would jump around like a swimming amphibian, other times like a muscular kangaroo, and also like a handsome cheetah. What is he doing? At this time, more than 1/3 of the disciples of the crystal clear water pavilion were staring at the large screens, looking at the strange postures Senior Sister Yi's partner was assuming while practicing. Is it possible that he's practicing some unique cultivation technique? In the past, I've heard people mention that there are techniques such as the frog technique and the likes. Perhaps it's the animal imitating technique. It's rumored that cultivators that have the bloodlines of ancient monsters will act like wild beasts during their daily practicing session to better arouse the power of their bloodline. I've heard people say that there is a cultivator next door that has been eating grass like an ox for more than 30 years. The disciples of the crystal clear water pavilion were animatedly discussing the scene. Anyway, it's rather amusing. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the meantime, a figure just happened to pass by the arena where Song Shuhang was practicing. It was Chu Chu. In order to avoid bothering the couple, she intentionally left the library room so as to give Song Shuhang and Senior Sister Yi more time together. But since she was curious, she turned back a little later to see if the flame of passion had exploded between Song Shuhang and Senior Sister Yi. On her way back, she passed by the arena where Song Shuhang was practicing. It was at that time that she saw Song Shuhang madly dashing about on his full limbs. Chu Chu was immediately dumbfounded. What is fellow Daoist Shuhang doing? Instead of seizing the opportunity to further develop his relationship with Senior Sister Yi while they were all alone in the room, he came here to run. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible.